It was, let's just, speaking of Tom Brady, ridiculous for him to say that he wants games where, like, you just let the boys play. Like, Tom, there were rules specifically made just for you because of penalties and you destroying your leg. Maybe just sit this one out on ref conversations.
How can he do that as he's calling the game, Pat?
Well, don't give us the let the boys play.
Well, you can do it now, and then he's calling the games. As long as it's not him taking the beating, why not? Shefty, coming up next. We're on Sportsmanlike.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ROCK to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321321. That's ROCK to 321321.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt monitoring the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Hello again, everybody, and welcome in.
Yeah.
Doug, we're starting early today, Jackson said. Jackson, would you like to explain to the audience why? There is, Jackson felt like with the Blues performance last night, we need to get on a little earlier, kind of like a breaking news desk.
I got up half hour early today for this.
Sure. Much like a pirate, I saw a ship as the airwaves, and I commandeered it. I said, we're taken. I said, all me and my pirates, we're hopping on that ship, and we're... What do they do? What is it called?
What a speech. Let's just start over. Does that remind you of FDR?
What's it
JFK? Reagan?
And you made fun of the King's speech, my man.
Yeah,
that was the
Colin
Jackson
Firth.
speech.
Hazelwood East linebacker.
Well, Colin Firth didn't have to give that at 6:59.
you probably got to do it late in the
commandeered
afternoon.
So you
ship,
saw
is that
an
what you-
opportunity and you seized it.
No, it's just kind of the cookie crumbled, to be honest with you.
Okay, so now
There apparently was
we
a
have
1
pirate
minute
and a cookie?
spot, and it didn't have any audio. So Jackson said, "Hey guys, we're going to be starting about a minute earlier today because I can't play a spot that doesn't have audio."
I can't. Simply cannot. It's just, so...
Every once in a while, the Cardinal game, the pregame singer's not there. They said, let's just start early.
Sure, why not? I say why not?
What time's the 5 o'clock news every night?
Probably 5 p.m.
4:58.
Yeah, a little early.
Doesn't that drive you nuts? You look up at every station. Channel 4, Doug's station, starts to come on just a little earlier. Like, well, we'll come on at 57:35. And then Channel 5, where the news comes first. They're at 57:20. Like, you just
Sometimes they try to put the programs right next to each other instead of having a commercial between them so that fewer people turn the channel.
Guys, what do I do know about my Scott Perunovich neck tattoo? That's from a Newt Bowl eligible, and they're getting it going early on in the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. That's how you can become a friend of the feather. And the YouTube chat, Doug, active as all get out.
What are they
in
saying?
the early going. Well, especially when coaches John and Dean Ellis are in there. I would imagine they're a little concerned about this Blues bunch.
Well, we're working on our third 3-game losing streak of the season. That's not good. Did not play well last night at all, I thought. I didn't think they were that bad against Dallas, but they were not very good last night, especially on the special teams. Gave up a couple. Failed to score with a 4-man advantage. Gave up a shorty.
The rare 4-man advantage.
Well, not 4-man advantage, 4-minute power play.
That's right. Gave up the shorty.
Did I say 4-man advantage? That would be nice.
It would be alarming if they couldn't
Five
score
on
one of
one.
those.
5-on-1, that'd be nice.
After the shorthanded goal, I believe it was. I don't know. I was at the game, and I don't know if the television broadcast captured this. The captain, who Doug decided to drop his mittens right after the early goal this time.
He threw the punch of the year,
He
for sure.
did. Sweet mother of mercy, Braden Shen. He just laid on the ice for what seemed to be about 10 seconds. And I felt like if this thing doesn't turn around in the next 30 games, that will be the lasting image. That was the moment where it ended, where the captain's like, oh my God, shorthanded goal, wide open, and Binnington couldn't stop it. Short side. And Braden Shen, it was just lying on the ice for about 10 seconds. And I'm like, is he hurt? And then he got up, and I think he was just like, what else can we possibly do at this point? What else can I possibly do?
Did he go straight to Obi Clark's at that point?
I don't know if he went to Obi Clark's. Get those dirty wings. Watch this, Doug.
Do they do that after a loss? That's kind of a place maybe you go after a win.
I meant during the game. I meant he just said, screw it.
Between
this thing.
periods?
Tried beating people up to inspire the boys. They weren't that inspired.
No.
We talked about it yesterday. I think Shen and everybody gets blamed, but I think he's frustrated with the group. And I think when we question effort, that's always tricky because you're not in the room. But when the coach is sort of talking consistently about the fact that they're just not bringing it, he said we had no energy, which is a way of saying nobody really gives a rip. I mean, that's kind of the coach is saying, like, I just don't have a group here that's committed, and I think Braden Shen would agree. I think that moment, Tim, I said at work, I said, circle that play for the whole year.
The shorthanded goal
absolutely.
and Shen lying on the ice?
Well, I didn't see Shen lying on the ice. The shorthanded goal, I said, there you go. That's kind of who they are. It's disappointing, but they're 51 games into the season. We've seen enough.
Now, could lack of energy and perceived effort be the same as a team that just isn't very good?
Yeah, they were still saying postgame about how talented this team is. They keep saying how Holloway said there's a really talented group. But can you be talented and not have just the right vibe or right chemistry? And I think that might be.
That's possible.
I think that's sort of where they are.
I watched the both post-game interviews on YouTube that were made available. It was Holloway and Fowler, in addition to Jim Montgomery. And I thought that was also, hey, I get it. It's a tough spot. You had a really bad homestand. But just that didn't resonate with me. What did was what Jim Montgomery had to say. Take a listen at what he had to say on what he has seen since the games against the Flames, in which the Blues were probably at their summit to date for this season.
Common theme that I have seen is a lack of energy. that of playing to what we can do. That's been the common. It's been a week here where I don't know if it's a malaise, and that's my fault. I have to get the group to engage more and to be, I don't want to say prepared, because it's not prepared. It's having the attitude of we're going to do this. And it's not there right now. And, if it's not there in the entire group, that's where I have to look at myself and I have to look in the mirror and what do I have to do different to get them to battle through adversity, to battle through all this. We're not overcoming it within the game right now.
No, and they fall behind early in the first period, all 3 games of this homestand. You know what they could use? They could use Cam Jansen out there. They could use Cam Jansen, that's right, out there running around, banging into
grab
people.
Grab the EDF mittens, Martin. You might have to wear them for this one.
They need him throwing some fists, banging into people, getting the crowd up, getting his teammates up. They need Cam Jansen back. I don't care if he's 40. I don't care. They need that energy. They don't really have anybody that runs around and gets the crowd and the other players pumped up, do they? It doesn't seem like they have.
I think that's why you saw Shen. He tried.
Guy.
He was like, I know what we need right now. And I don't think JT Miller wanted to fight him, and it clearly didn't look like it. He just clocked him. Mm-hmm. And I think that was a lot of frustration built into one fight for Shen. No, we touched on it. Where's the gritty guy? Now, they're all highly skilled, great athletes. But the DNA this team always had was a little more edgy. Even Perron.
Sandpaper in their game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Petro, Perron, Maroon, Steen, all these players that you can think of were a little edgy. And I think in the last few years, we've seen it drop off. And I think there's something to that. I really do. I mean, each game is sort of a blah beginning.
What about the Jansen solution?
I'm fine with it.
Are you?
I would try anything.
Okay.
That is a take. It's a strong take. It's one of the best takes ever.
I think so.
Roby. Monty wants new players. His comments of late have been pretty consistent. That's from Kevin's brother, Jack, and then his last name is Demoff.
I think Kevin at the Lake might have been at the game, if I'm doing some Twitter X deep dives correctly.
Who's Kevin at the Lake?
That calls into the show or writes into the show. Don't you have a Kevin at the Lake?
I don't know who that
on
is.
this show.
Well, is he just like a guy?
No, what are your regulars?
He's a texter.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of those.
No, but I've noticed a theme on Twitter. This guy Kevin.
Oh, is that right?
Well, we'll find out.
He must be on the mute list, Doug.
I'm not trying to crowdsource here, but Kevin at the Lake, were you at the game last night? I think it's the same person.
Okay, what happened?
And he said he was looking for Stillman. He
you want to hold him accountable?
He wasted.
Doug.
Gonna go up in the booth.
Wasted $39 is what he said. I'll try and find it. Stand by.
Kevin at the Lake, call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's how you can be on the program. You're also welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, we've got a Sunday charge being mounted right now, and that Sunday charge is being mounted by none other than one of the all-time greats in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Here comes Misty Plops.
Okay.
Misty Plops is saying, not on my watch. There will not be a win for the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom in the month of January. Misty Plops just trailing the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom by 2. Buck Swope trailing by 1. And down the stretch they come for the month of January. You can email in and compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Any questions, comments, or whatever, welcome for my podcast that I do with Jackson. The Tim McKernan Show podcast, questions from the audience, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com, TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. And tonight, Doug, check this out.
Okay.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens.
Shish, boom, bah.
Yeah. Billikens taking on VCU tonight. And if you're going, oh boy, this might not happen tonight or for the Blues this year, the Cardinal situation might not have you all fired up. Well, turn your attention to VCU coming to St. Louis. Tonight, 7 p.m., it's Mascot Night featuring Louis, Fred Bird, and the Billiken. Tickets starting at just $10 for the 200 level and $55 for the 100 level. Visit SLUBillikens.com. Both teams are in the top 4 of the A10 standings. The Billikens are 10-1 at Chaffetz this season. Between Robbie Gibson and Swope, not Buck, they are the highest scoring trio in NCAA Division I basketball. Tickets starting at just $10 can be purchased at SLUBillikens.com. Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Billikens, shish, boom, ba.
There you go. That is tonight at the Chaffetz Arena. Martin and I have a family date on Friday.
Ooh.
Martin's Tykes, my Tykes, and our wives Friday night for the Blizzard game with Dayton.
I'll be
Watching hoop rock.
Yeah.
God, that's such a good time for the family. I love that.
God bless. Good Jackson. Family man, family plan.
Oh, that's just so folksy.
Wow.
Folksy.
I've always been described as folksy.
Right. It's like a Norman Rockwell painting.
It is.
You think it's folksy until you fast forward to about 7 o'clock Friday night. I'm like, Carson, you knocked over Dad's beer, you jackass.
Oh.
Then the folksy part steps out.
Well, I'm
was
sure.
it folksy when I had to carry out my screaming, now 3-year-old, birthday present yesterday to go to the Blues game? He's a big Canucks guy, big Tocchet guy. And I'm carrying him, and he's fighting for life as I carry him through the building
Concourse,
exit.
yeah.
Do you stop and sign autographs even though you're carrying him?
I actually told him, I said, hey, act like a jackass so I don't have to sign.
Good play, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Otherwise, he'd have been
did he
perfectly
ever-
behaved.
That's right.
Right on cue, he threw a tantrum.
Screaming. Really wanted some Mike and Ike's. Doug, you ever enjoy Mike and Ike's?
I'm not even sure what
delicious.
that is.
Good for you. Very good for you,
Sure.
especially if you're 3, just like snorting a rail
Yeah.
with all that sugar.
Sure. Original fruits.
What is it?
Mike and Ike's?
You've never had a Mike and
I've
Ike?
never even heard of it.
I would say it's similar
Call
to a
in,
jelly
Mike and
bean.
Ike.
It's got a little jelly bean aspect.
It's essentially what Al Pacino snorted on that desk in 1981. Was it 81?
I don't know the years,
You were down in
Tim.
Miami then, weren't you?
Well, it doesn't mean I was involved with him.
Was that Robert Johnson at Logia, and he went to the University of Missouri, and then he was on the Keys with Tom Hank and Big. But initially, he was a cocaine dealer in Miami. Am I correct on that?
I got
don't
Scarface
remember.
at 83.
Oh, wow. Orioles? Phillies?
Orioles, Phillies.
83, yes.
World Series. I think one time we ranked like cutest 83 Orioles once.
Oh.
Doug
I do think we did
Floyd
that.
Rayford?
I think that was the
Sugar Bear?
consensus.
Who
Yeah,
became a Cardinal in 86? Sugar Bear.
86, all right. I think he might have had 2 stints with the Cardinals. Crowdsourcing?
Was he here in 84? Is that what I think you're saying he was here in 84, and I may walk it back. We'll take your Floyd Rayford calls.
314-974-0101. Yeah, you're battling a 3-year-old. The Blues are not battling. Doug, it got away from me. I knew it would. I figured if we could get through the second period, that'd be wonderful. And I just wanted to join Braden Shen and lie down on the ice and not get up. So I carried the young Tyke.
Suter was laying down on the ice, too, on that first goal. You see him slide backwards about 20 yards, and then they passed the puck right under his legs.
Yeah, they did. It's quite a little pass.
Boy,
Was that Quinn Hughes?
this whole 83 team, they all had mustaches.
Bobby Grich,
Everybody.
maybe?
The 83 Orioles or
Yeah,
the 83
the
Cardinals?
83 Orioles, like the up and down the lineup, just sweepers left and right.
John Lowenstein on that club.
yeah, and he was mustached.
He took a leak in left field one time. He was kind of a character.
Oh, he was, big time.
Floyd Rayford traded to the Cardinals June 13th of 1983, which coincides with Scarface.
Nice.
A transaction that was completed 2.5 months later. So in other words, here, just take him.
They wanted to get rid of the
We'll
sugar
owe you
bear?
a guy. And they sent Tito Landrum to the
I was
Orioles.
about to say it was Tito Landrum, and then he came back.
And then Tito had a big hit against the Skippers White Sox. Big home run in Orioles postseason history. Floyd Rayford, only here in 1983. I take it back.
All right, Doug. Martin
He
has
would have been a
issued an
great
apology.
surprise guest. Floyd Rayford
We
instead.
do have a surprise guest today.
We do.
Have
It's
we?
strong. It's really strong.
Is that right?
Really strong.
I immediately look at Jackson. I don't look at Martin. I look at Jackson because he'll look down at his cards, Doug, and that involuntary response tells me how strong it is.
Okay.
And you feel like this is a 9 out of 10?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. This is as good as it gets, really.
Ella Reese?
Almost as good as
Abigail
Almost as
Mack.
good.
almost as good as it gets.
Mia Milano?
Okay, it's 8.5.
Maybe it's me and Moa. I don't want to give away anything.
But Floyd Rayford is now going into the hot.
He is
I
gonna
gotta
be
tell you,
among them.
that's got me excited.
Kevin at the Lake, who Martin was communicating with on the Twitter tweets last night.
I was just reading.
He said, couldn't find Stillman. He sometimes glad hands the crowd in the concourse. He's in hiding. So Kevin at the Lake, I guess, was going to hold him accountable last night?
That was my take from his tweet, and I, in fact, was correct. Kevin at the Lake was at the game and was not happy. I heard a few boos towards the end on the TV. I was not there.
There were boos toward the end of that 4-minute power play when they weren't able to really muster much either. Yeah, there is this thing turned quickly because, what was it, 11 days ago, they pick up all 4 points against the Flames. Doug, flying high.
Yeah, they had that dead cat bounce.
And you get all 4 points against the Flames. And I was listening to the Curbside podcast. That's a tradition here on the program, following the Blues game. And Joey Vitale said that first period against Utah, that's where that's the turning point, because they gave up 3 goals, benched top line for a period of time. And that was the opportunity. You're playing, a fine team, but certainly not one of the top teams. And that was the turning point, he said. And then you're able to beat Vegas, but that almost got away from you. And then you come home and you lose all 3 in the homestand. Woo, cats and dogs. Cats and dogs. Expect something to happen. Mm-hmm. I know they traded Perunovic yesterday, but I expect something to happen between now and the Avs game.
Heads are going to roll.
There'll be a young guy called up to send some kind of message. I don't know if they would be making a trade at this point in the season, but I just expect something. I think that Jim Montgomery's exasperated.
Maybe an extension for Ollie right now, just to kind of throw everybody off.
Yeah.
This is the time when Armstrong usually holds a presser and kind of addresses all the problems and calls out the team. He's done that a few times. When things get really low, he'll address the media and kind of call everybody out. But I don't know. They've got a couple days at home to practice. Doug, maybe that's what they need. Just a little work.
Get up and down the ice a little bit. It's not going to get easier either. They got Colorado coming up and Edmonton and Florida.
Nice.
They could get buried here really easily, if they're not already. They've lost 4 out of 5. And in 4 of those games, they've given up 4 or 5 goals. That's not a winning recipe for anybody.
Hey, can you all read some other texts other than your favorites, like the stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Misty Plops? Show some love to others. Doug, that comes from Bones.
Yeah, well, then don't read any now. And can I crowdsource for just a moment?
I am crowdsourcing. Jackson is not.
What do the words Misty Plops mean? What does that, does that
I'm
stand for
afraid
something?
to ask. I am, because of the work of Misty Plops, who I found out is a fine gentleman and a great auctioneer and host.
Yeah.
Reed Lowe?
Does Reed Lowe? That was not
Rich Gould.
I sent you guys the picture of Misty Plops in his other life hosting some boxing matches.
Oh, yeah.
Fine gentleman. Rather vile on this show, and I'm afraid, I don't know what it means, but I'm afraid to ask.
I think you're bordering on doc season.
Yeah, we're getting real close.
It's all right. They know who we are.
I typed in Misty Plops into Google just for the hell of it.
Does it mean anything at all?
And there's a Reddit thread, just r-St. Louis, so like a general St. Louis thread, and someone asked, has anyone ever heard the term swing haven? So that's all I got from that. That's
so it ties into Swinghaven?
He's a swinger?
No, I don't know about that, but that's just what happened.
Well, Doug, the first thing we want to say in advance of the conversation is the following. We don't kink shame on the show.
I definitely do.
That's something that we are passionate about. We're pro-freedom. We're pro-honesty in media, and we will not kink shame.
Yep.
And those are essentially the 4 pillars, except they're 3.
I will, from time to time, kink shame.
Bones says thank you, Tim.
Who's Bones?
Oh, that I read the text?
Yeah, he just said thank you. Bones. It says Bones at the bottom, but his phone number is listed. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'll change that.
Can you change it to Bones?
Sure.
Jackson, you can go in and change the name to give him the name Bones.
If he wants Bones, he can have Bones.
What we've had requests for people to see the text inbox. The issue is then people would see the phone numbers, and then that would get into. But if you could see the text inbox, you would see that there are however many, I would think around 1,000 plus that come in per show. Some have names saved. I'm reading Brian Henson, Sharon Clayton, recovering alcoholic, Hoosier Daddy, Mr. Licks, 618-314-314, Government Goddard, Doug's Prison Wallet, Warson Woods Wacko, The Grease Effect, and those all came in since the last 3 minutes. And so if I glance down and I see a phone number that I don't recognize, that's less apt to be read as opposed to somebody who has the kind of cachet that, say, Doug, a recovering alcoholic or a guy who covers the Colts, like Brian Henson. Bones texts are trash. Hi, Martin. Thanks for sharing that wonderful story about your imaginary texter wanting to berate Tom Stillman last night. That's from Brian Henson, and that's KDET on KDET Crime.
I'm sorry, but it was validated. Kevin at the Lake has chimed in. Next topic.
Yes. Sharon and Clayton. Legit question about the Sadie Hawkins reference to a TMA newbie. Thanks. That's Sharon and Sanibel / Clayton. Sadie Hawkins, Doug, is a square dance term in which the girl asks the boy to dance.
Okay.
Am I correct on that, Jackson? You do a lot of square dancing.
Yes, line dancing in general.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, you were always on that boot scooting show, In Cahoots, on KMOV.
Saturday nights? Doug, did you ever host that?
I never hosted that.
Boot scoot and boogie. And
where does someone go to square dance around these parts?
Oh, now you're playing coy.
Cut that off.
So yeah, Sadie Hawkins, I think it's just the reverse of what a traditional dance would be, where the girl asks the guy.
Okay.
That In Cahoots was out by Rams Park.
That's right.
It was. It looked like a big place.
I never went, but I would just see cars and cars. And on Thursday nights, Dave Sharp, the great photographer at Fox 2, hey, you want to go out to In Cahoots? I have zero interest in going to In Cahoots. Dude, it's so much fun. I'm like, yeah.
Is it still open?
I don't know. I think it turned into a church.
Oh, I think you're right.
I wish the conspiracy theory that Tim only read his friend's text was true, because then that would mean I'd be friends with Tim in real life. Thanks. That's from Uncle Cucker.
Oh.
Well, it's eliminating.
Pretty sure the best text was the one that came in at 5:01 and said, sorry, wrong number. I want to know who that was.
That's BS. I text into this and other shows on this station every day. That's from the 314. I don't know what that means. I don't know what was BS. All I can do is read what's in the prompter.
That's pretty much all you can do.
Sadie Hawkins dance is when you found out which guys had it going on. It separated the men from the boys. That's from the 636.
What does that mean?
Tracks.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
So the original question was Misty Flops.
Right.
Can I Google that?
I just did.
What does it mean?
Swing
And it took Jackson to Swing Haven?
That didn't really clear it up.
No, but then I don't think the name Misty, like the first name, is like a name, like a noun. I think it's an adjective.
Doug, you ever have that Mr. Misty at Dairy Queen?
I did,
What's your favorite flavor, boy?
Well, I think I told you once I had one at Dairy Queen in Kirkwood when I was
Martin,
a kid.
we've already covered the topic.
Yeah. Well, this is going back
not
a few
on the
years.
dossier.
But I blew groceries as soon as I had it.
Oh, no.
I blew groceries. Yeah,
This
so
is
I
a
haven't
reverse read.
I haven't had a
live
Mr. Misty
endorsement.
since. I can't eat them now.
Is it like a slushie?
Yeah.
I'm out on slushies.
How do I get a cool name so you read my S on the air? That's from the 314. Text in, because, boys, you got a lot of requests for names now that I've laid out how the process works. Text in what name you want to go by. And then Jackson or Chairman, do you do it as well, Chairman? Save names?
No, I don't have access to the text.
Oh, this is only for Horton Watkins grads.
You can request access. It's not,
Jackson then will accept or deny your request.
Well, it's not like the nuclear codes. Like, I just give you the password.
Read my S would be a good handle. That would get our
I
attention.
haven't been in the text inbox in a while. Boy. All right, let me get after it.
Marsh always reads my text, Tim. That's from the 618.
Marsh reads the text?
Well, then text him.
Right now.
Solve.
Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse on the Fast Lane. Watch the program. Get involved. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Now you understand how the Air Comfort Service text inbox works. 314-399-9646. And, of course, Callier and Thompson phone lines. That's how you can call in and talk it over with us. 314-974-0101. John Kelly is the Blues guest on Tuesdays here with the 101 ESPN 8:15 Blues guest. And 9:15, a surprise for all ages?
For the whole audience.
This is a delight.
We need something
Can we get,
today.
Doug, you want to ask for any hints?
Can we get initials?
No.
You always go to the initials. It's too aggressive.
I'll tell you, it is not.
I don't think I could talk the skipper into doing that kind of bit.
Male or female?
The last time I tried to get the skipper on a show.
Male. No Ella Race, Doug, sorry.
He said, sorry, traveling. And I said, forever? Like traveling? Like, okay, that excludes
Like Lewis and
tomorrow
Clark.
afternoon
Like
or maybe
exploring.
Wednesday morning.
If you were an astronaut, you could say that.
What about Thursday?
back in
What
6
about
months?
Friday? Sorry, traveling.
That's a good excuse. I'm going to use that one.
It's just kind of a blanket, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, do you ever wonder what it's like to be a UFC fighter? Thanks. That's from the 618. Doug?
No, I really haven't wondered. It's craziness. How people don't get their faces caved in, I don't know.
I like how Doug actually answers the question. It was just sort of
He says he doesn't take questions, but then you get
nonsense, and Doug's like, well, let's think about it.
And then somebody gets knocked out, lying flat on their back, and then you get to jump on them and hit them 2 more times in the head
Until Herb Dean
as
steps
hard
in.
as you can.
Yeah, it's viewed as mercy.
And everyone's just okay with that?
Sure. They know what they're signing up
Who
for.
invented it? Cavemen? Like, when did it
Probably
start? I mean, it
so.
just exploded onto the scene.
And completely took the place of boxing as America's favorite
combat
fight sport.
Hey, what if we box? But then you could take your shoes off and just kick them right in the face. Okay,
right.
let's do it.
And unlike boxing, if they fall down, that's when you hit them with elbows in the eyeball.
That's right.
And everyone's okay with it.
I've been watching on YouTube the past few days, and I wonder why there's a large collection of hangers behind Martin.
I got action on Jamie Rivers changing out of his suit.
Reasonable.
I looked around, and I go, what the hell? And I go, oh, I see him now. Can you see this on YouTube? Oh, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
There's a collection of about 12 hangers.
I would say that's Jamie changing out of into his suit for
You'll
Blues
throw
games.
Jamie Rivers under the bus any chance you get.
It's not a crime to have hangers in the studio. Who
Doug,
cares?
you,
Just a
you
little
had a problem
unusual.
with it.
Doug has knick-knacks and bric-a-brac left and right next to him.
Knickknacks back there.
Look at there's no props, gongs,
props. Yeah, we need that for the
logules,
show.
Prop comedy is considered the most sophisticated form.
Harlan said so.
Sometimes instead of hangers, we'll have just a nice dish behind Martin.
Yeah, that's right.
did last
BK,
week.
Brian Kunderman.
That's right.
What if I book Gallagher as a surprise guest? He likes the props.
Yeah, he
And
does.
then you guys said initials, and I just said G.
Yeah.
A phoner with Gallagher.
I've gotten text read on here before. Just wanted to add a handle. My name is now Ryan Boom. Boy, you
Okay.
boys are going to be active.
Welcome, Boom.
I mean, we got a lot of new friends here in this Air Comfort
I think
Service.
Buzz called him out and said, be funny, you sads.
That was right. Hot Take Tuesday. UFL will be done after this year. There's zero talk about it. VC's going to pull their funding and move on. Hunchback of Von Castle. He's just giving a take apropos of nothing.
That wouldn't surprise anyone, would it? If you got one team in the league that draws and nobody else can draw flies, it's not a good recipe for long-term success.
I'm not going to let you guys talk about my Battlehawks leaving town like that. 5 games on the 2 Fox.
Oh, is that right? It's 2 Fox?
Yeah, good vehicle.
And they've got 6 home games and 3 road
They
games.
do have 6 home games, 4 road games, 6 home games. San Antonio has agreed to come here twice.
Okay.
They're working on the Alamo Dome.
Why, it's not entirely clear, but they'll be coming here twice.
Hey, Ryan Boom, I will enter you. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Western
I
Groves.
wouldn't take it too personally. Boom. He said the same thing about Bones.
I would like to be known as Jay Hood. That's from the 618.
Why are these names not like... never mind.
Catchier?
Hey, Tim, read my text. I'm smart, not dumb, not like people say. That's from Big Tuft. Are you guys all anti-Costco guys? Thanks. That's from the 314.
No, I love Costco.
This is like QFTA. Come to 101 ESPN.
This is an explosion of nonsense.
We
Look
lost
at
the,
this.
The conductor lost control of the train.
I think we might knock the internet off.
The Costco came from the DEI thing.
Oh.
That's where that reference is from.
Hey, Martin, there's only one problem with booking Gallagher as a surprise guest. He died in 2022. That's
Is that
from the
right?
618.
Oh, no.
Apparently he's still in my
Well,
Rolodex.
then why don't we get Doug Henning?
Well, Carrot Top is a good prop comedian.
Doug Henning still with us?
Doug
Doug Henning, I believe, passed, didn't he?
Well, still.
Is
Anybody
everyone
been to
dead?
Gallagher's in Waterloo?
Henning
Steakhouse?
died 25 years ago.
He did?
Doug Henning has been dead.
25 years, yeah.
You guys said, look at the world of magic. Remember he had like buck teeth. They talk about magic.
I feel like one time during a Cardinal game, Joe Buck just started talking about
he
Doug
did.
Henning.
Magic's not very big anymore.
Probably alarmed Al Roboski. He didn't know how to handle that. Magic's not very big anymore?
You don't really see a bunch of magicians on TV anymore, do you?
Who was the guy who used to do like the specials where he would like have like an hour-long thing and he would impress celebrities?
David Blaine?
David Blaine.
It was
Yeah.
also-
David Blaine.
He did one with maybe it was Harrison Ford where he started weeping. He was so mesmerized by the
By the
by the
magic.
illusion.
David Copperfield was big.
Yeah.
These magicians do well for themselves, if you know what I mean.
Is that right?
Yeah. Claudia Schiffer, and was it Josie Moran?
I don't know, Tim.
Who David Blaine was with. Am I correct on that?
I don't know.
I think she now peddles or wears on the Home Shopping Channel. But in the early 2000s, how do you do?
Well, I'm fine, thanks.
Well, don't forget, Magic is number one. The great Bob Hamilton.
I typed in Harrison Ford, David Blaine. Harrison Ford finds card in orange with David Blaine. It doesn't mention anything about weeping.
I think
it kind of
he cried.
surprises me that Harrison Ford, who's kind of a tough, would all of a sudden start weeping if David Blaine found
I'm telling you, he was
orange.
brought to tears by this. I'll look it up. I'm going to watch it in the
have
break.
to watch this damn thing.
Wasn't David Copperfield the one who made an elephant disappear on
He
stage?
made the Statue of Liberty disappear.
Is that what he did?
Yeah. I feel like that's some kind of federal crime.
Yeah, should be.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Wow, Doug, how about this? Jackson playing real tunes. boy.
Oh. Didn't like that Passions.
Is this Rich Gould?
You wouldn't be singing about Nick Sirianni's enemies.
More where this came from as the show continues.
Oh, wow. You have more. You found more Kansas City fan songs?
Yep.
Oh, good. It's not just limited to this side of the state.
Got sultry tones.
He's really bringing it home now. You don't want to see that.
We got Hank Stram.
Ugh.
Oof. I feel like he might be in studio with Fesco today.
Gosh.
Doug, I don't know. Minus Jackson's NBA Sports Center updates, if I've ever seen more anger in the Air Comfort Service.
They didn't like the song?
What a damn crime to a beautiful song. Awful. That's from the 314. That song's the grossest thing I've ever heard with a vomit emoji. That's from the 573. F the Chiefs from the 217. Hoosier Daddy writes, Jackson needs to be put down for playing this garbage.
Like an old dog?
I think people know where my stance lies on the team across the state, so I don't think that was certainly done.
Crystal City Clamhammer writes, this song makes me want to suck start a pistol. Randy writes,
is that even possible?
the Libby Jack, don't ever effing play that again. Do you fire someone for playing this? That's from the 217. Please change my name to Harrison Ford's Tears.
That's a good one.
Chief fan is just as cringe as B-Fib. That's from former fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette. Dear God, I hate the Kansas City Chiefs. That's from Phil and Festus. Make it stop!
Oh.
Kwame Voyukis the fourth. This song makes my ears bleed. That's from Jeff. And finally, About Time, Go Chiefs. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. Who would have thought? Martin, look at the text coming in fast and furious and angry as hornets.
So Phil and Festus is not a Chiefs fan. Most of our Festus supporters are on board with Kansas City.
That is a theory that Festus and St. Charles have a per capita higher Chief fan percentage. One of the St. Louis merchandise providers, Doug, you familiar with STL Style?
I think I've heard of that, yeah.
Former sponsor here on TMA, right?
Yeah, we did a lot of work with them.
Yeah, they do great work. They issued a statement yesterday. How about this? For all those wondering, no, we do not and never will create, produce, or sell any merchandise promoting any other city sports team, regardless of proximity or perceived interconnections. Our allegiance is to one city only, and that city is St. Louis. Doug, that comes from STL Style.
Those are good guys.
And this is one of the Kennedys who delivered the speech?
That's correct.
Those are good guys. Really good stuff right there.
Is it possible that Festus is just far enough away from St. Louis that they don't have the same connection to the Rams that we had? That it's easier for them to be Chiefs
Sounds
fans
like Jackson wants to fight
than
you.
someone who lives 15 minutes away from the Dome?
I don't think St. Louis is big enough for all that. Like, if we were Chicago, maybe, but, I mean, it's just like, well, how far is Festus from the Arch? Half an hour?
Martin, you usually track that.
Oh, at least. Yeah.
Festus
I'm
from
going to
the
go
Arch.
46 minutes.
46 minutes? I mean,
Okay,
what's
so we're going
like
minutes, not miles.
And what's Chesterfield? 35, give or take?
Can we do miles?
it's much
Can we do
different.
miles?
All right, I'll do miles.
Okay,
Do we go as the crow flies?
No. Highway miles.
Cartographer? I don't know miles.
Either way, it's a straight shot down 55 or a straight shot down 40.
Arch to Festus. I'm going to go 36 miles.
I'll say 37 miles.
Oh, you prices right
yes,
him.
I did.
You prices right at him.
It might be farther than that.
Tim?
I'm gonna. Well, now I was gonna say something in the 40s, I get to fold my hand because I was gonna say something in the 40s.
I'm sorry,
Jackson.
What do you got, buddy?
It's 34 miles.
30?
Everybody overbid, nobody wins the Showcase Showdown. Tough.
34 miles.
Chesterfield's closer than that.
So what would
22?
Chicago, their Festus would be distance-wise. Not socioeconomic. Distance-wise would be Kankakee, maybe? I don't know. We'll take your calls.
I'm going to Chicago. Stand up.
Way under on that 30 minutes from the Arch. That's Phil and Festus.
Regardless, I'm just saying we're not like a big enough metropolitan area where like people would be like, it's 40 minutes away. I'm not a Rams fan. You know, like I think that's. I don't know.
So you're mad at Doug.
It's just a theory.
And I appreciate it.
That's all.
And I appreciate it. And here's my counterpoint. It's not. It doesn't have to be so inflammatory. I'm just
Festus
saying.
might see itself as its own entity. Whereas if you if you live in anywhere in St. Louis County, you say I'm from St. Louis. But if you live in Festus, you probably say I'm from Festus, not from St. Louis.
Where they're getting this inflated ego from. I'm not saying that they are anything bad, but we're all. That's all part of one town.
I know people from Chicago. Or from Rockford in college, and they would say they were from Chicago. I'm like, but you're from Rockford.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's the same.
It's the University of Missouri.
Guys, big Blues fan, big Chiefs fan, big BMI. I call it the Hoosier trifecta. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Boy, he's coming for people today.
He's got a big BMI?
No, he's saying if you're a huge Blues fan, huge Chiefs fan, that means you have a huge BMI. He calls it the Hoosier trifecta.
You have to be heavy set to be a Blues and Chiefs fan?
According to the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
2 pillars?
Okay.
Carlos Spicy Winter says, I can't wait for this to come full circle when the Chiefs finally suck again and formerly AM and HD2, now somehow HD1 programs play it sarcastically when Anthony Richardson and Jameis Winston are starting under Spag's regime of 4 pillars while the front office and ownership group does nothing in the offseason to address the roster holes. That's from Carlos Spicy Winter.
I like Jameis Winston.
You liked his interviews.
Sure. And
you
I
don't necessarily want him on your squadron.
Well, if it meant I had a squadron, I would take him. He's like a volume guy. Like I'll throw a bunch of touchdowns and a bunch of picks.
I'm just going to
throw it. And you're just going to sit there and like it.
I'm never going to take a sack. I'm always going to throw the ball.
Hell no.
Someone's going to catch
progressing the ball forward no matter what.
If there's not a Straubs within 15 minutes, I'm not interested. Doug, that's from Mr. Licks.
Well, there's not that many Straubs here, are there? There's only 3 or 4.
Webster Grove, Central West End, Town and Country. Those are the 3?
Clayton.
There's a Clayton one is 63105.
Clayton around the corner there.
Around the corner?
Right on the corner. It's like on the corner.
It's kind of like you catch that, Doug? Around the corner, like, hey, I live.
I mean, I do
this neighborhood.
I do live elitist neighborhood. I do live close to it. I'm close to everything.
Did you see Mo at the Straubs?
No,
it was not at a Straubs.
No, it was a bigger grocery
chain.
store. Yeah.
Half you inbred Hoosiers don't even have a FICO score above 620. Pick one and then suck it. That's from Scissor Me Timbers. And Doug, this Chiefs thing is starting to get. It's getting hostile.
It's tearing us apart.
And your FICO
12
score?
more days.
I think that's right. Well, you can get your Anyone But the Chiefs hoodies and T-shirts. Jackson, I think the great Mike Flanagan from TMASTLshop.com is bringing in merch today and maybe the Anyone But the Chiefs hoodies. And will you be sporting it?
I will.
Do you feel like you might get in a scrap?
I'll wear it until the Super Bowl. I'll wear it every single day into the Super Bowl. If that's what it takes.
Will you wear it to a Super Bowl party?
Sure. I don't really go to Super Bowl.
What caused this company to put out a statement? Were they feeling pressure?
I don't know what was going on there.
I bet they were. I bet
I think
people were
there's some
asking.
STL style guys who listen to the program because they've been a sponsor on the show.
Yeah.
Like I wonder if they were getting
call in STL style.
They're brothers.
314-974-0101.
Do you think they were getting attacked, like online? People saying you probably sell this stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder why they felt
so. There was
need.
St. Louis. Is there St. Louis merch providers doing Chief stuff?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Is that right?
I would assume.
Hey, and by the way,
Yeah.
God bless. That's business.
Right. I believe, yes, that there are people out there making gear.
Inside STL is doing it as well. We're just saying anyone but the Chiefs in partnership with the great St. Louis starter packs, Doug.
Do you check people's FICO score if they want to buy something?
Before they can buy merch.
Excuse my ignorance here, but is that different than a credit score?
Doug?
Same thing.
Okay, got it.
And Scissor Me Timbers was saying these are some low credit scores that are coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, things happen.
Now, what does that mean?
I think some
things get away
happen
from
and
you.
some
I don't
things
know.
don't.
Now there's a credit score war going on in the text line.
Aren't you fascinated by this thing?
It's really a thing unto itself.
It is. Then you
I like to go back and review it during the breaks.
That is to see, and then check some texters' history, and then you kind of get a feel for.
Yeah, if somebody says, "Great comment, Martin, dumbass," then you go back and like November 15th. Great comment, dumbass. Like, okay, that's not a fan.
That's the brand. Hey, if you're feeling a little sluggish today, maybe your credit score is down. That can be a symptom of low testosterone, low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, or muscle loss, especially body fat, belly fat. Symptoms of low testosterone. Go to Mentality, get tested, find out what's doing. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best with board-certified physicians, providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. I have done that. I can tell you how easy it is. You're in and out in 20 minutes. They focus on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, and that can be the difference. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. You're welcome to get involved on the program. Submit your credit score, I guess.
Yeah.
Via the text inbox, 314-399-9646. Chairman Kurt will take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And, of course, email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, in which the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is 2 wins away from becoming the first ever lady to win the month for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling standings. It's fun to see this kind of representation.
Just so
and I think a lot of guys are going, you know what, maybe now my daughter can someday win the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month.
When before they thought there was no hope.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
just be a homemaker.
And now you can win the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email. That's what the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and her monogramming business are doing for the metropolitan area. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here with you to talk about some people I have gotten to know here recently and some people I'm thinking about doing business with, as a matter of fact, and that is Aesthetic Design and Build. I'm talking about Dan and his team. Went out and saw them at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they showed me all that they can do for your outdoor living space. What they really specialize in, custom work, custom deck. If you're interested in adding on a pergola, or if you're looking to shade your covered patio with a retractable screen, I mean, you can have that thing electronic, and now it's taken care of, and now you're not dealing with the sun. If you're facing the west, and you're going, oh, my goodness, this is brutal. Well, now it's taken care of with Aesthetic Design and Build. Go online and see their work at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or check out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Dan's a great guy. Team made up of some really good people. Give them a call. It's 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. Or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night. Final score of 5-2 at the hands of the Vancouver Canucks. And hey, don't worry, because on Thursday, we got NBA action right here on 101 ESPN. You better believe it. Grizzlies taking on the Rockets, who are just coming off a big win against the Celtics. Pregame at 8 p.m., tip-off at 8:30. That's going to be on Thursday right here on 101 ESPN. That's another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Don't dance, Jackson. Oh.
What did he say? You got a long body?
I heard long body.
Did he say you got a long body?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Who has a long, like Big Bird? Like Big Bird has a long body.
Yeah, high-waisted.
Yeah, I'm not overweight. I've got a long body.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and Jackson is sifting through Chiefs fan songs today.
Yeah. But
And boy, they are making this audience angry as hornets.
what's the idea?
That's, I'm telling you, this text inbox, please make it stop! That's from Harry Shanks.
I wish I could.
Let's see. That's a banger. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. I like to give the other. Yeah, this Joey Vitale Orange Scully.
I gotta say, it was pretty catchy for being terrible. It was pretty catchy.
I exited my last Blues game quite confident that if a civil war breaks out in the United States, it will not be along partisan lines. Instead, it will be between a horned-up St. Charles couple honeymooning in the lower bowl and a bunch of Stiefel finance bros out without their wives. It's a whole scene in that lower bowl. Doug, that's from Arbor Day, who won the Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year in 2023 and 2024.
At hockey games or
So
Battle
that's where
Hawk
a
games?
civil war will take place. I don't know what the Stiefel Finance Bro situation is in the lower bowl at a Battlehawks game. So I think it's probably a Blues game.
Okay.
So people honeymoon, like they instead of going to like a tropical destination.
Boy, you found yourself a wife who's a really good sport if she'll
They go
honeymoon
to the Enterprise Center
at a Battle Hawk game.
No, I think it's a Blues game. I think they're talking about
Well,
Blues
either
games.
one.
Either or.
Got
Is this-
club seats, honey.
Yeah. Well, listen, I get it.
St. Louis used to do a lot of business in the tourism industry.
Like with
a lot of
from
people.
England.
Because the Rams played in London against the Patriots?
Small towns from around the Midwest, small town people would come here and hit the zoo and Grant's Farm and
Yeah,
the
it's
Cardinal game. And
Yeah,
really,
I think it still
tourism
happens.
was a big thing.
I think it still happens.
We look forward to growing our Rams brand overseas, so those folks will then come and enjoy Ted Drew's here in our town. Go
Martin's
Rams!
Kevin Demoff impression.
On the morning show.
I watched it live, and then we immediately were on with TMA. And I said, I can't believe what I just saw. He's spinning Tom Brady's like one and only start in St. Louis, going to London into being a good thing for St. Louis tourism based on UK residents going, oh, what's this St. Louis? We shall travel overseas. Forget New York or L.A.
Right. Never heard of the place, but gosh, your football team just got a first down. Make a trip to Missouri, wherever the hell
this
that
fella
is.
Spags doesn't seem to know what he's doing.
I think they got drummed 48-7 in that game. I think they scored a big touchdown to Chris Gibbons to start the game. And
Nice. Chris Gibbons, Doug.
proceeded to get absolutely trounced.
Oh, that hurt too.
Well, you take into account the travel time, and you deduct that actually from the score.
Jeff Fisher.
There is no secret plan.
There was a secret plan.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pestus from Festus is on the Callier and Thompson phone line.
Oh, good.
Good morning, Pestus.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Kansas City's going to the bowl.
Yeah, have you heard some of these songs we've been playing? Jackson's DJing today, and he's doing a wonderful job.
Yes, he is. And I'm going to tell you one thing.
Right.
The song you just played, where you said he had a long body, it's not that statement. It's a Lombardi.
Lombardi. A lot of people have texted that in.
Oh.
Lombardi.
That's different then, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's got a Lombardi.
Lombardi. Going for a three of Lombardi.
Lombardi. Pestus, you said you would call in right before or right after the Super Bowl. It was kind of unclear, but here we are.
Yeah, we are here. And last time I told you I was going to try to sign up for Listener of the Month.
Yeah, the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month, Doug.
I believe my wife has finally landed the spaceship.
Oh, good.
Wow.
You should be on the ballot.
TMASTL.com is where you can sign up, and you get to maintain your anonymity. Doug doesn't like that, but the listeners maintain their anonymity, Doug. So it
Well,
can't
I'll
be
tell you
bad
right
season.
now, I don't have to hide mine. My first name is Steve, so now you know who it is.
Doug, there you go,
It's Steve, the Pestus from Festus.
Steve, the
Great,
Pestus
Steve.
from Festus.
All right.
Yes. Other than that, Friday. I tried to get a hold of you yesterday, but after Friday's phone calls, and after I got off the line, you had a bunch of people ragging on me about what I was doing and everything. Well, here's the only thing I can tell you. You had one guy that offered me his wife.
You take him up on that?
That's kind of a theme.
If he can't find something to satisfy his wife, go to an adult bookstore and buy her a Bob.
Live read.
What? Buy her a what?
A Lombardi.
Bob.
A Bob. Tim, this is kind of your department.
Yeah, I
What
got
do
to
you
tell
got?
you, I rarely am I caught off guard on this. Is that another word for a Sibian?
It's another word for a toy.
Gosh.
Boarding, Doug.
Oh, my vibrator.
Okay.
Pestus is
a little on the nose.
He's working blue.
Good for you, Pestus. Welcome to the
Yeah,
show.
and as far as the Blues game last night.
Oh, and then he segued. This guy's the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. Martin, it's over.
I'm pretty sure he started with, I got one thing. That was 10 things ago.
Well, I'm sorry. They suck.
You're going to get a lot of support on that from the audience, I'll tell you that.
Hey, who was it that was at the game last night with their 3-year-old?
I was at the game last night, Pestus.
You should have put your 3-year-old on the ice.
How about that?
Gosh. Power with them.
Oh, no.
A 3-year-old on. Here's a birthday treat. You're going out there and you're playing with the boys.
Yeah, skate boy skate.
Skate boy skate.
But that's it, gentlemen. I hope I get Listener of the Month. And as far as the one young lady that's trying to get the emailer of the month.
Yeah, self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. She has a monogramming business.
Yeah, get off her ass. Oh, she's only trying to do something right. And all these callers that don't want her to be there, you're just jealous that you can't do it.
How about that?
Real quick, I know you got to go, Pestus, but do you know Jackson's dad who calls in from Festus, but he's on a barge overnight?
Oh, the drunken monkey? I don't know that guy.
Flip that off.
Pestus,
No,
wonderful
I don't
thoughts.
know that guy. And
Okay.
I don't think I want to know him.
Oh.
Tension in Festus, Doug.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, gentlemen, I am out of here. You have a great
Sorry
day.
to bother you.
Yeah, kind of like that's like a Rome call back in the day.
He's got to go. Apparently, he's got things to do, and we don't.
Stephen Boundbrook, what's up, Steve?
Ladies and gentlemen, Pestus from Festus, Doug. I mean, this guy wants to be the Listener of the Month. His wife signed up for him on TMASTL.com. He's on a mission. Will there even need to be a papal conclave on Friday, Jackson?
Oh, of course.
He's got to be the front runner,
Or due diligence. I would think.
Body of work. I mean, Chiefs talk, and then he kind of goes Dr. Ruth Westheimer.
Listen, the electorate.
And then he goes blues analysis.
The electorate will decide. Who am I? You know, I just am the liaison.
That's right.
Well, you just kind of miscount the votes. That's all.
That's untrue. That's unsubstantiated.
There have been accusations, though, Martin. I have to
I feel
agree.
like I've seen it play out.
Unfortunately, Martin, that's just not how the system works. You know, I'm happy to open up the books.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
There's
Depends
no
on who's
secret plan.
asking.
There's no secret plan, yeah.
Jackson.
Whenever Pestus calls in, I can't help but feel that a confused orderly running around a group home somewhere with a white coat and a big butterfly net is out looking for him. Is there anything more Festus than suggesting you throw your toddler on the ice to express displeasure with the hockey team? Doug, both those texts came from Texter of the Year, two-time defending champion Arbor Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You throw your son on there, like literally like your hat. You just throw your son in a show of disgust.
You have to go over the net
People
too.
just start throwing their children on the ice. You guys are babies.
Ladies and gentlemen, James Carlton was in studio yesterday. He presents Gabe DeArmond on this program. He's my insurance agent. He has 409 five-star reviews, and there's a reason for it. And they're not just clicking 5 stars. They're leaving reviews because they are so pleased with the service they get and how much money James and his team save you. I am so happy that I made the switch to James 6 years ago. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. I think there's a good chance you go, okay, I've already got an insurance agent. Longtime family friend. I kind of inherited him. I don't really want to have to go through the process of parting ways. I get it. I understand that. But the responsibility is to put your family in the best spot possible, and that's making the switch to James Carlton. carltoninsurance.net. You make the switch. They do all the paperwork for you. Check them out. James Carlton in Webster Groves. carltoninsurance.net. Call 314-961-4800. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. John Kelly will be our 8 o'clock guest, talking Blues, Canucks, and the State of the Union at this particular moment. That's coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN. It's all about customer service here with TMA advertisers. They love making themselves accessible to our audience. And then they become synonymous with the audience because they put themselves out there to say, hey, if you got a question, here I am. Well, that's what Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage is doing. Here's his cell number. How much more accessible can you be than that? 314-324-4440. So if you are interested in buying a home, selling a home, or you're looking to refinance, there it is. You can call Stewie right now on his cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. He'll be able to fill you in on that Bagel Loan, which is all about no fees and no closing costs. Plus, he can get you closed in 10 to 15 days. Stewie is all about the customer and making sure you are taken care of with that accessibility of his cell number, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan with Stewie at Stewart's American Mortgage. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan, alongside Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt, fielding calls, particularly from Festus this morning. On the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in and talk it over. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email. The day sounds like Pestus from Festus is a supporter of the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. And that just goes back to those ties between Ladue and Festus that have brought our region together for centuries, Doug.
Festus is our honey hole?
Clip that off. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines from the Blues television broadcast booth, John Kelly. Morning, John.
Hi, Tim. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing, sir? It's always good to talk it over with you.
I'm personally doing fine, but certainly disappointed as a Blues fan, as a Blues announcer. It's just been a really tough week for this team for whatever reason.
I'm telling you, since we talked last Tuesday, we're talking poker, we're talking about a win in Vegas. Everybody's feeling good, considering they had won 3 of 4. And man, has it turned and turned quickly. Is there something when you're in the booth or you're talking it over with guys on the team, the organization, that you're going, okay, here's what happened on this homestand, and this is what cost the Blues a significant moment in their season? Anything that you dial into?
Well, I think it's more than one thing, Tim. I think, big picture, they've had terrible starts on this homestand. Against Vegas at home, again, coming off a win in Vegas, the Blues had 8 shots total after 2 periods. That just obviously isn't good enough. And then they fall behind 2-0 to Dallas, and then last night fall behind 3-zip. So that's obviously number one, bad starts. And special teams have really hurt this team on this homestand. I mean, last night was a prime example where you get a power play goal, but you also give up a shorthanded goal, and of course, they got a couple power play goals. So it's those are the two things. And the other thing is, and the coach touched on it after the game, for whatever reason, right now they just have a lack of enthusiasm or energy. And I don't know why. That, to me, is the big thing, is that, the Blues obviously entering the homestand were, I believe, a point or 3 points behind Calgary. And they just don't have the energy or the enthusiasm to realize the situation. And now they're in big trouble. They're 5 points out. Calgary plays tonight. They could be 7 back, and the Flames have games in hand. So I don't understand the lack of urgency and the situation that they're in. And I think that's the most alarming thing right now is why that they played the way they played the last 3 games.
What would you expect them to do, if anything, to try to find some sense of urgency and enthusiasm?
Well, I mean, Jim Montgomery said it after the game that's his job and the coach's job to find answers, and I'm sure it'll start at practice today. And it's not like the old days, Doug, where Doug Armstrong could maybe make a big deal or something like that. It's really hard mid-season to make big trades. Although Colorado, of course, traded Rantanen last week, but those are really, really hard to do. So to shake the team up, I don't know. I really think it has to come within the leadership group of the Blues, the captains and the assistant captains, and to grab this thing by the horns and say enough is enough. I think that's where it's got to start, from the coaches and the leadership group of the team.
Didn't you sense the Schenn fight was a little bit of the game itself, but also just mounting frustration from the captain?
I sense that fight was, let's go, boys. Let's get this going here. They fell behind by 1 again. It was an odd man rush, a backdoor play to Garland, and I felt Schenn was trying to send a message to his team. And, he knocks out JT Miller with 1 punch. I mean, what more motivation do you need? The fans were into it and things like that. But unfortunately, the players didn't follow his lead. So that's what I saw when Schenn dropped the gloves. I mean, we had a good replay of it on FanDuel. Is they were talking right before the face-off, and I know Schenn asked Miller for a fight, and he obliged, and we saw the results. So I think he was trying to get the team going.
John Kelly, our guest here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where you can watch the show and chat throughout the course of the broadcast. Let's go through the interference call on Dylan Holloway. Not just the call and the gray area that is that interference, but then also Jim Montgomery's deliberation and then decision to go ahead and challenge it. And the Blues had been 9 for 9 on challenges, going back to losing the last one, I think, in December 2023. But then it risks putting the Blues on the PK. And you were just talking about, John, their struggles on special teams, and Vancouver is able to convert. So your thoughts on the actual call that went against the Blues and then the Blues' decision to challenge it?
Well, honestly, I thought when it happened that it was a 50-50 kind of call. And as it turns out, and Montgomery admitted afterwards that the referees, got it right, and Holloway went in on his own, and he was bumped, but, that was sort of not the reason that the call was made. It was because he went in the goal crease on his own. He wasn't pushed in the crease. So that's the biggest thing. And, I think it was a risky challenge. There was a chance it could have worked. But, you got to kill that penalty off. And, the Blues, for whatever reason, their penalty killing has not been great lately. And it really hurt them. So I think they were trying to hopefully make the right play. But, again, I think that the referees probably got it right. I hate to say that. But, Montgomery admitted afterwards that was the explanation that he got, and he accepted it. So, again, Holloway went in on his own, and I think that's the biggest thing.
You said a moment ago that Shin asked Miller for a fight. How does that play out exactly? Does he just say, "Will you please fight me?" Or
yeah, basically. I think he said, they were ready for the face-off, and I think he just said, "Hey, I need a fight here." And I'm sure Miller obviously said yes, because he threw the gloves down and away they went. He did the same thing in Chicago in the Winter Classic with Foligno, and that was a heck of a fight as well. So. I don't think there are as many premeditated fights as there used to be. Not that was really premeditated. It really was spur of the moment because Shen realized his team was down by a goal. But, good on JT Miller for accepting the fight. A lot of players wouldn't have accepted the fight because their team was ahead by a goal.
So you just say no thank you?
I'd rather not.
Well, he could have, right? He could have said no, not now. And I'm sure that happens all the time.
Yeah,
so.
He leaves the ice, and then he comes back later, scores a goal. So I guess it all worked out for him. Doug was joking earlier, I think he was, that this team needs to sign Cam Jansen. But I think the serious question is, do they have enough? We were talking about Shen dropping the gloves. I know fighting's gotten away from the game, but do you think they need a little more spunk or a little more of one of those agitator kind of guys, or somebody who just stirs it up a little more often?
Well, I don't think it would be the end of the world. Tyler Tucker's come up, and he's played really well for them, and he's played tough, and he's had some really good fights. I mean, he fought maybe one of the toughest guys in the league in Columbus, Matthew Olivier. So he's answered the bell. But, I think that, we talked earlier about the Blues and sort of their lack of energy on this homestand. If they had guys like that or more guys like that, maybe that would get them into games, and that would get the crowd going in home games and things like that. So, but a lot of teams wish they had that type of player, but they are becoming more and more rare because physicality and fighting is not in the game as much as it used to be. So, yeah, I mean, I think every team would love to have players like a Cam Jansen that can spark a team and fight and things like that, or a Trent Frederick in Boston, who's a UFA at the end of the year. Boy, he'd look good and great in a Blues uniform. But, yeah, toughness is still part of the game, but it certainly isn't what it used to be.
John Kelly with us every Tuesday here talking about the Blues and the disappointing homestand finalized last night with the Canucks coming in a disappointing performance. Blues and Avs coming up as the Blues head out on the road. Very difficult stretch of the schedule before the Four Nations. Avs, Panthers, Oilers. The boys are going to be put to the test. We'll see how they respond coming up on Friday. JK, we always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, guys. Thanks. Have a good week.
You too. That's John Kelly with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, you and I have common ground on the weather. And you see the sun shining, and guess what? We've got temperatures going up into the 50s today.
Just fine by me.
54 today, 51 tomorrow, and dare I say, perhaps 60 this weekend? How do you do?
Mid 60s by Sunday.
How do you do? How about that? Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Sponsor the email today online at designairservice.com is where you can go to communicate with Seth Goldcamp and his team, the longest running sponsor on TMA. We're talking about more than a decade. If you run into any issues with your heating service, go to designairservice.com. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client.
I said mid 60s by Sunday, but my app was showing me the weather for Santa Clara.
I was about to say, I saw 59, but
60.
you know,
I see
if you
60
have a better,
on Sunday. No.
You're looking at Santa Clara.
I was indeed.
Are you considering a relocation, doing mornings on HD2 in Santa Clara?
You'd be good in Berkeley. You got to move on.
I would not. No.
That would be fun.
That's never going to happen.
Would you take calls?
I would take calls. Sure, that'd be fun to battle with them.
Hey, Vaughn, they're out front calling for your resignation. You're only one segment in.
Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's Seth Goldcamp. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. Sponsor the email today. Email in. I mean, Pestus from Festus says it's the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's time. But you know, I mean, Buck Swope and Misty Plops might have something to say about that. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Croup and Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. do you like this one?
Is this another Chiefs song?
No, sir.
I was waiting for a Tony Gonzalez run. It's a tough one.
I've never heard this one.
New one. Not new, but new to us.
Oh, I like this one.
This is getting ready for our spring training coverage. Doug, we're 13 days from TMA in Jupiter, Florida. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine. That'll be fun to go down there.
I wonder if Arenado declined the trade to Houston so he could get a chance to sit at the picnic table.
Wouldn't surprise me a bit.
Which is no longer a picnic table, Martin.
What is it?
It's a circular table. I did an interview with a few guys in 2020 at these tables. Jackson's going to be setting the whole thing up. Jackson, how do you feel about that pressure?
We'll endure. You know.
Doug, that's inspiring.
Were you there in the past?
No, he's never been.
Oh, wow.
He's been to Jupiter, but hasn't done the TMA thing at Jupiter.
Correct.
Official response from the Cardinals earlier this month. We are a go for the baseball and non-PP talk version of the Morning After.
Wow. That, to me, is a shot at producer Joe, the Plowhawk, Iggy, and all of our wonderful questions of the day that Yadier Molina and Chris Carpenter in particular seem to really enjoy.
Well, what were we talking about that day that Bill DeWitt Jr. came up and was standing right behind us waiting to go on?
Dung beetles.
We had an inappropriate conversation going on.
That's certainly a matter of opinion as to whether or not it was appropriate.
That was the first email I ever sent in as an emailer. That was me.
You were the dung beetle?
I was.
Oh, wow.
All of it unearthed right here.
That's all.
It's a little overboard. You can say you're going to rub honey all over my body, but don't talk about my mother.
Mother. I think you're going to enjoy. I think Mason Wynn, Jordan Walker, Alec Burrows. I think these young guys have a little personality there.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward. We'll be doing the show from Jupiter, and you'll be able to watch it on YouTube, too. That's a first in TMA history.
Yeah, we put in a request to interview
10th and
Arenado.
14th.
What's that?
Have we put in a request yet to interview Nolan Arenado?
Is there like a site where I do that?
No,
there is.
It's like
we probably ought to get going early with that.
Like, is it like a?
He's going to join us via Zoom from Fort Myers.
Yeah, I don't know how that situation goes.
Yeah.
For YouTube purposes, a picnic table would be bad. You know, 4 people facing each other, no good. Circular table is much better.
But what if we had potato salad?
Good question.
I really like potato salad, but it has to be mustard based.
Okay.
I don't like it mayonnaise based.
Out of nowhere with
I
a
like
take.
mustard based.
211 friends are gathered in the YouTube channel, including Don Pepe, and he has just issued the following statement. Tim has not read a single YouTube comment, and as the Don, I demand we must be read. Airlines team sponsor.
Now I hope you don't read one for a week.
What is this? This is a test. Maybe some.
What?
Don't tell us what to do.
Well, no, I'm saying there's a little self-importance going on around.
That's my brand, baby.
Not just PP.
Oh,
but a couple of these.
DJ Patty Cake says DPP. Are you saying TMA is starting to treat us like the rest of the shows?
What is that? I don't
So
follow
they're
that.
saying that they don't get read all day long on the
is that
YouTube.
right? Really?
That's what DJ Patty Cakes appears to be saying.
Oh, I hate to hear that.
Kind of need a decoder ring. We got a DPP, we got a TMA, we got a Patty Cakes.
We will not be ignored.
No.
That's from DJ Patty Cakes. Doug, what a hire in Dallas. Brian Schottenheimer. They are excited about that hire.
I bet they are.
And
glistening resume.
Jerry Jones talked with the media yesterday, and I think this is going to interest you more than perhaps anybody. Take a listen.
Okay. Go ahead and hit the lever, please.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Glory holes?
Very low percentage.
What was the question? Again, Jackson, I'm just trying to decipher.
He's an oil man, and a glory hole in the oil business is you drilled and you found a lot of oil.
Well, tell yourself that.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Oh,
so it's a low,
very low percentage.
So but that means they're not too excited about what they've drilled and found.
Is that a reference to the Dave Campos era?
Chan Gailey?
I don't know. Why?
It's almost as if some people don't want to work for Jerry Jones.
Why do you suppose they would have hired him?
You talking about the glory hole?
Not the glory hole. No, Schottenheimer.
I liked him when he was on the Fish staff. Nice fellow.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's a great guy.
Sure.
But I don't think you care if your coach is a great guy. You care if you win, right?
Seems like they might have been out of options. I want to know if they offered Dion the job. I guess not. I don't know.
So that means 2-8 will be in Boulder. Marshall Falk, for the record.
Waiting for the confirmation on that. Yeah, I think that's going to happen. I think Dion and the Cowboys was an interesting idea just because the internet would have exploded.
I mean, Orlovsky and Stephen A., that's all they would have been taught. You thought the Aaron Rodgers Jets thing was asinine.
I mean, don't you think Jerry would have done that just for the talk? And then, so why it didn't happen, I'm intrigued.
He may not have wanted Dion because Dion would have overshadowed Jarrah.
That's interesting.
Jarrah likes to be the star.
And glory holes.
And did you hear Stephen Jones? I think Jackson might have this as well. He really ticked everybody off. He's Jerry's son and the alleged GM of the team. And when he talked about their drought, which, Doug, is 30 years since they won, I think he even appeared in an NFC championship. And he did air quotes when he said this drought we have, as if, like, basically the fans are spoiled.
Obviously, we're also evaluating where it didn't go right, in terms of, this drought that people say we're in terms of a championship game or a Super Bowl. And
people say we're in. So it's not hard data.
That was caught mid-statement going, oh boy, how do I exit this with?
He did air quotes, though, the drought that people are saying. Well, nobody's saying it. It's just a stat.
I posted a picture on Facebook about a glory hole.
Okay, Larry.
That was also at the Cowboys press conference yesterday.
He was there?
He was. He was dressed the Cowboys owner. Well, he had a great scene in Landman. As far as the hire of Brian Schottenheimer, not necessarily getting a whole lot of approval. And Doug, do you call it the Metroplex? You like that term for Dallas?
I just
Fort
call
Worth?
it Dallas.
Yeah, fair enough.
I just call it. Last time I was there, they were speculating that in 10 or 15 years, Dallas is going to be bigger than New York in terms of number of people.
Who would be a better head coach for your football club next year? Mike McCarthy or Brian Schottenheimer? Who do you think would do a better job as the head coach if you had to wager?
Well, McCarthy's obviously got the experience and some record of success. Sometimes you hire somebody that everyone says, no, what are you doing? What are you doing? He turns out to be really good. You never know.
The thing is, Brian Schottenheimer has been around for a good long while. So it would be surprising if he were a late bloomer as a head coach. At the same time, because I mean, Josh Allen was real vocal yesterday regarding his support for Sean McDermott. But keep in mind, Doug, do you remember who the head coach for the Buccaneers was when they took on the Fighting Rammies 25 years ago?
Yeah, it wasn't Dungy.
It was.
Wasn't it?
Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, Tony Dungy.
Tony Dungy.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin's dad was the D coordinator.
He kind of got run out of Tampa because they never could quite win.
That's where I was going with this, Martin. That's exactly where I was going with this. And then they bring in...
Initials, please.
Jackson already said it. John Gruden.
Okay.
And what happens?
Goes to the Super Bowl with Tony's team.
And ships it. Beats the hell out of Bill Callahan and the Raiders. And so I think that oftentimes there is some kind of messaging and or style that a coach has after a while that for whatever reason doesn't get them to the next level. Now, I would tell you that I think more often than not, the head coach gets blamed for things that, in the whole scheme of things, he can't do a whole lot about. But that, I think, is something that might be a parallel for what's going on in Buffalo. The thing, though, about Buffalo is they weren't expected to be in the mix this year. They actually overperformed expectations. But McDermott now is starting to get that label of a guy that just can't get over the hump, and that's something that happened with Dungy in Tampa, and then they bring in Gruden, and then they do win the Super Bowl. Schottenheimer would not fall into that category. He's a guy that's just been around but never been a head coach.
Yeah.
And glory holes.
And glory holes.
Okay.
Well, and Micah Parsons, one of your biggest stars, came out immediately when they parted ways with McCarthy and said he was devastated. I just think it's a Jerry problem. It's pretty obvious that they can't figure out who the best coaches are to hire or assemble the winning roster. They haven't done anything of note other than get talked about nonstop, which is one of Jerry's goals. That's why he got the Rams of Los Angeles down.
I truly revel in their their
demise.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Cowboys?
Yeah. I wish nothing but the worst for them.
7-10 this year, and they're in a tough division with Washington and Philadelphia there.
Yeah.
Caller Ellen says Mike Tomlinson. Discuss.
Don't tell us what to discuss and what not to.
LaDainian Tomlinson?
I think she's saying Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh has maybe stayed too long, or I'm guessing
Could be talking about LaDainian's time as a horned frog, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he finish in second in the Heisman?
I don't know what place he
Well, I mean,
finished.
she wanted us to discuss. I start discussing, and then you get mad.
Good
at me.
player,
It doesn't
really
seem-
strong player.
I had a LaDainian
Had a nice
Tomlinson,
career.
a powder blue Chargers jersey. It was awesome.
I think my kids did too.
Did we ever get the Terrell Davis cut from Canton?
Jackson, you have it?
Chairman sent it to me.
Oh, you got it? Where you
I
talked
don't know
about
if I have it, but I
That
know.
was a strange answer. Chairman sent it to me.
But it was like a chairman can answer better than I. It was some file that needed decoding of some sort.
A decoder
Or
ring.
maybe decanting. I wanted to.
Decanting.
Is that wine?
Well, I can't look up where LaDainian Tomlinson finished for the Heisman race
Well, don't
and
worry
play
about
your
that.
audio at the
We
same
don't
time.
have to talk about him if we don't want to.
Caller Ellen asked for it.
What did she ask for?
Talking about LT.
But we think
No,
maybe
she
it was
said
Mike Tomlin.
She said
He was a
Mike.
finalist.
Why do we get so easily thrown off base?
One thing at a time, baby. All right,
Do you have a problem with the guy who's 26 calling you baby?
I kind of like it.
Oh, Martin.
God.
Now caller Ellen
what
says
happened?
autocorrect. It was Mike Tomlin.
Oh,
Everyone
so
in Pittsburgh
doesn't
wants
care
him
about
gone.
LT? All right, I'll try to find it.
She didn't ask about the Heisman. We did. We created our own mess. I would like to hear Terrell Davis talking about his father being stabbed while growing up in St. Louis.
Oh, no.
Find it.
Well, let's vote. What would you rather hear, Tim?
Boy, I do want to hear from Terrell Davis. I'm happy to talk Mike Tomlin.
Or
Kerry
LT.
Davis in here. All right. I think Smiles and Glory Holes is the name of a new park for stepdads in Jefferson County. That's
Is
from
that right?
Mr. Licks.
See, I don't believe they exist.
Maybe Pale should do his job. That's from Pele Blanco.
Who the hell's that?
What's that?
Who's Pele Blanco?
Doug, who is Pele Blanco? He's a
I guess
texter in the Air Comfort Service.
The white Pele?
LaDainian Tomlinson finished fourth in the 2000 Heisman Trophy
that?
voting, won by St. Louis's own Chris Weinke out of Florida State. They went Chris Weinke, Josh Heupel, Drew Brees, LaDainian Tomlinson.
Wow.
Michael Vick sixth in the voting that year. All right, next question.
And Chris Weinke was quite a bit older than everybody else, too. Wasn't he like 26
That
or 7?
sounds right. 2001 Heisman Trophy winner, Eric Crouch, future St. Louis Ram.
That's right.
Jackson has the audio now.
No, I do not.
Oh, I thought I saw you turn like
It's okay. Let's move on.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. You asked for it. I'm going to do it.
Oh. This guy, Doug, it's fun to watch him perform his craft.
Do you have time for a clarification, Tim?
No.
This guy's
It's melting down over there.
It is. It's getting away from him.
I'm out on the
You've had it, haven't you?
Yeah,
You've absolutely had it.
I'm not just some magician that has audio
No, you're
coming out of
not.
every orifice of my body.
Oh, now how do I explain that to my kids?
You just threw him on the ice. Explain that.
Yeah, you want to talk about it? You want to talk about it?
You're no David Blaine? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not. I think actually Chairman is doing the Lord's work and grabbing it for me because
And he just gave the thumbs up to you,
shout
Jackson. How
out to the
about
Chairman.
that?
I need just a brief moment, just a second to shout out the Chairman and all he does because I truly would be in a bad place a lot more
Are you
often.
worried you're going to Jupiter, you're handling the whole broadcast by yourself, sans Chairman?
No, because Chairman, if I need some back here, he'll be ready to help. And
What if the
like he
YouTube
always
goes
is.
down and me and Martin or Doug in the middle of just giving the hottest of takes?
Then I'll battle that, you know. If a problem comes up, I
What about
face
the
it head
wind?
on.
The wind comes up
That I
in
can't,
South Florida.
That I can't do
in
much
February.
about. It's just going to be. It's just going to.
Yeah, the wind's
Or the
Martin.
cleaning of the cleats. That's one of my least favorite things.
Yeah.
In the background the whole time. Yeah, we're going to have a great year. It's just, you got to move far enough away from the
In
cleats.
Jackson's mind, he's going to go down there and he's going to flush that 7-iron 142. But in reality, it's 4 hours a day, 101 ESPN. And they're coming for you. They're coming for you. They're coming for you.
I got this audio. All right, we're playing it. Here you go.
All right, good.
Although my dad didn't toss around the words, I love you often. Through his tough love and discipline, I knew he did. I knew he never wanted me. I knew I never wanted to live the life he lived as he grew up on the tough streets of St. Louis. And more than once, he'd been shot or stabbed.
No!
It's unbelievable.
Thank you, Chairman.
I think I was sitting with Mo Drummond, and we're like, "Oh, St. Louis." I didn't know he had any connection to our town.
Tourism Bureau,
and then
multiple times,
more than once, shot or stabbed.
Oh,
I think we might have to give up. Terrell Davis, Hall of Fame, Denver Broncos running back in Canton, wearing the gold jacket, mentioned St. Louis, bully for us, except what did he say, Jackson? Said his dad was shot or stabbed multiple times.
As he grew up on the tough streets of St. Louis. And more than once, he'd been shot or stabbed.
Oh, gosh.
Why didn't the Hall of Fame edit that one out?
Well, it's nice that they have the John Williams score going on behind it.
Doug, we just can't get a putt to fall. Ladies and gentlemen,
Willie, where's the audio? Somebody was asking Willie to find the audio. That's when they really get the show. I told Willie to play it. I think that was a clip of O.J. Anderson.
That spring wind is going to beat the hell out of Jackson's wimpy 7-iron. You bringing your clubs?
Sure, I'll bring my sticks.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the spirit.
Absolutely.
Well, bring your clubs and get them ready at the SSM presentation. SSM Health welcoming the St. Louis Golf Expo starting this Friday through February 2nd at the St. Charles Convention Center. Get 10 rounds of golf, free balls, and Ascension Charity Classic tickets while they last. Shop big brands with Pro-Am Golf in the testing and fitting zone. Try your luck to win rounds of golf in the short game contest, enter the longest putt contest, or their long drive challenge on their state-of-the-art simulator, and get their lessons by Elevate Golf. And if you get thirsty, you can stop by their 19th hole and grab a beverage. It's January 31st through February 2nd. Tickets are available online at stlgolfexpo.com. That's this weekend, starting on Friday. It's the STL Golf Expo.com, stlgolfexpo.com at the St. Charles Convention Center this weekend. Doug, are you going to go out there and you're going to try to find some left dashes? Is that what you're going to try to find?
Well, that's my intention.
Yeah, you
sure.
like the low spin ball. Jackson is getting fitted this weekend, and he's going to get blades for the upcoming season. And Doug, you're going to wear 2 gloves like Aaron Ryan.
I might. I did have a wedge repaired a week or 2 ago.
Oh, yeah? That treat you.
Really looking forward to playing with this new wedge. It won't help. It will not help.
Eric in the Central West End said that entered the TMA Mount Rushmore of drops, the Terrell Davis Cup.
How about that? How about that, Jackson? It was all
He's not the arbiter of what is the
now it was a compliment, and now you're taking... especially when the guy's attractive as you say.
That is oppo me, because I was struggling to find it, and so once it gets played, I see the playbook.
What? No.
Wake up pretty early to get one past me.
I disagree. I think he's complimenting the drop. Earlier, somebody said this better be worth it. Mm-hmm. I'm going to spike the ball. I think it was.
How did you even find it?
I didn't. Chairman did.
It's a team.
But, okay, how did he find it? You just go to YouTube? It's on
Google Terrell Davis, Hall of Fame, St. Louis. Done.
Boom. Chairman really didn't have time for your question right
there. Sorry to bother you.
There's a low percentage.
Just trying to learn something.
That was glory holes. There's a low percentage.
It's not the Ascension anymore. Stiefel wants a word. That's from the 314. Stiefel's a new sponsor here on the program. I guess it starts on Monday. Yeah. But guess what? Guess what they're sponsoring? You boys know this?
I know the tournament.
Well, they're doing that, but on top of the golf tournament.
Texters guess. What are they sponsoring?
How about that?
Not the phone lines,
New
not the
sponsor.
text line.
And I mean, Doug, that just conveys the disposable income of this audience.
Right. They're sponsoring the Blues. I saw their names all over the dasher boards last night.
But on this program.
Oh,
so what could you sponsor? Jackson's curtains that need to be pulled right about
I do
now.
Need to do that. I do need to do that.
I was tanning.
Do you know the answer to this, Jackie?
Of course I know the answer to it.
So Doug's the only one who doesn't know the answer.
I guess. What are they sponsoring?
The dossier.
The dossier.
Oh, are they really?
Stiefel's on the dossier.
That's right.
How about that? The Stiefel dossier. Doug, you mocked this guy in what many would call just the show's agenda or itinerary. I think if the sales staff presents it to them as the agenda, they go, no, thank you.
Correct.
But because it was a dossier, they thought, okay, I think we got to get on board with these nitwits.
This is fabulous.
Stand out or sit down.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
Welcome to net worth season on TMA. Yep, that's what this is. What was that?
I was, doing
trying to
something
shoot
for the
the
cameras.
sun. Shoot the sun right out of the sky.
Supernova right in my eye
We can
sockets.
close these drapes if you'd like.
We'll do it in the break. That's what I do. I'm a professional and I power through.
Well, you're acting like you're shooting the sun right now.
I'm shooting the cameras, giving us a little something.
Space lasers? Is that how we just shoot them down now?
Something like that.
Mr. Licks is thrilled with the sponsorship announcement, Doug. That probably shouldn't surprise you. He's a high net worth guy. Let's effing go! Mr. Licks excited about Stiefel getting on board. TMA. You can watch and talk it over in the YouTube chat. Don Pepe, I want to apologize specifically to you for not reading enough YouTube comments, but I think a lot of 101 ESPN listeners found out about how the text inbox works here on the program. And so, Jackson, have you been the one entering all their names?
Yeah, during the John Kelly interview, I was doing a bunch of that. So here's what I'll announce.
Okay.
This is what I'll announce.
Another announcement, Doug. What an 8 o'clock hour. Thank you, Fisher Window and Door Store.
So I'm doing a lot of adding of people of new names. They don't have a name and they're adding. A lot of people are asking for name changes. The first week of every month is when name changes will go down. I won't be doing
bylaws.
I won't be doing it. Once you have a name at the beginning of the month, that's your name.
Do you also decide if the new name isn't as good as the old name, and you say, no, not going to do it?
Well, if it's like you can't say it on air, then yeah, I won't change it. But
like rejected vanity plates?
There was some phallic, insinuation on one person's name that was a little too descript, and so I had to veto that. But yeah, first week of every month is when I will allow name changes. Because some people want a different name every day. I can't. What do I look like?
Yeah.
Come on.
What does Jackson look like? 314-974-0101. You can call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646 or email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. A surprise guest at 9:15 that has Martin and Jackson, because they know about it, Doug, buzzing. I can't wait to find out what we got going on here.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
Or gal.
Huh.
It's probably a guy, though.
Or ambiguous.
Yeah,
never know.
I got 99.3% male.
Me too.
Any industry that this person's in?
Sports?
Just be a good fit for the show. I think a good fit, good vibe.
Yeah.
I think it'll work.
Yeah.
I would, if I were in my car, I would listen at 9:15.
Oh, wow. That's getting better at teasing, sir. That's getting better at teasing.
And I know a lot of the rock stations would do that. You must listen at 4 o'clock for the big announcement. Then all day, we're 4 hours out, and then you listen, it's Foghat is coming to Argosy. Okay. I mean, I'm okay with that, but
because you know that you have built this up, you're not going to say that unless it delivers. That's my read. So, Doug, I think we're in for a real treat at 9:15.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay, yes.
It's not Butch Patrick.
Wow.
Oh, that's who we wanted.
Jackson shot that down. I'm sorry. Rejected from my surprise list. Sorry.
It's a second question problem. I feel like I don't want to run into guests where we have second question problems. Obvious first question, and then everyone's like, what do he has now?
I had 3.
After the Vidow's Peak?
Exactly. Vidow's Peak, Joe Madden,
Fred Gwynn,
right.
Calvin, Joe Madden. What's up these days? Comic-Con.
Uncle Fester, we could ask about him.
Yeah, that's
all right.
That's the other one. That's the other show. That's the Addams Family. That would have been. He would have hung up.
And he was on the Munsters, right?
Yeah, he would have hung up.
One was a copy of the other, right?
See, now what if it is Butch Patrick? What if I just said all that to mess with you?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can speculate on the surprise guest in the text inbox, 314-399-9646. That comes your way at 9:15. This program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the great people chatting who I haven't been reading today. It's on me in the youtube.com/TMASTL chat.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues lose last night to the Vancouver Canucks. A little bit of a break for the Blues as they will not come back until Friday evening when they take on the Colorado Avalanche. Pre-game at 7 p.m., puck drop at 8 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you, and it's our pleasure to welcome to the studios, ladies and gentlemen, from Brown and Crouppen, friend of the show, Andy Croupen's in here. Doug, have you ever seen a gallery this charged up?
No, I have not. Not lately, for sure.
When did you start going by Action Jackson? Is that new?
Yeah, he's a big Carl Weathers guy.
That was a great movie.
Yeah, with Vanity.
How do you like your ribs?
Vanity? Remember Vanity? Was that one of Prince's girlfriends, Doug? Vanity?
We can share a mic here. I'll come over there.
Oh, that's right. Jackson's doing the Nell thing. Oh, that's right. Or he doesn't. He has to hold up a chalkboard. Martin, we're having a wonderful conversation off air that I don't know if we can carry that portion of it over. But Martin, that weaved into another conversation that you wanted to ask Andy about. And I've been watching this show. I think it's on Peacock, might be on Hulu, about Sean P. Diddy Combs.
P. Diddy.
Called Making of a Bad Boy. And Martin, you have a question on.
Yeah, I don't want to get too deep dive into the Diddy stuff, but I am wondering about bail, because obviously this guy's got gobs of money. Is it totally the judge's discretion? Can you sit there and say, it'll be $1 trillion, it'll be $50 million?
I mean, yes. But I'm not sure if the judge could say $1 trillion. Now, maybe a judge could, and sending the message that obviously if they say $1 trillion, I think probably they don't do that just because it seems ridiculous and they might as well just say no bail.
So in this case, it's probably no bail.
That's right. I think
you fight that as a lawyer? Like, hey, I got to get my guy out of there. He's got parties to throw.
I'm certain there's a way to appeal that, and if they do. But I think it would. I think it's a high standard. I think you would have to prove that there was an abuse of discretion. And I think with Diddy, there are a variety of reasons why they would deny bail. I think with him, they were really concerned about witness tampering because I think he had a long history of doing that, and it's continued. In fact, I don't know. Did we talk about this? Stop me if I already told this story. But my brother started this TikTok page pretending to be sort of a Diddy insider. Did I talk about this?
No, I don't recall this.
And it's, it's satire, but a lot of these followers don't realize it's satire. Anyway, so he got probably about, I don't know, a couple 100,000 followers on TikTok and gives these updates, and it's nonsense. And so,
was this prior to all the trouble, or
no?
is this
is
since
very
the trouble?
since the pretending like he has inside information about what was going on. So about a month or two ago, two guys just knock on his door, and it's two private investigators that were sort of intimidating. And he's like, "What are you guys doing here?" "Well, we just want to ask you a few questions about the Diddy stuff, and who's paying you to say that? What's and he's filming them wisely, and I guess he posts the video that gets some traction, and some other influencers start saying, hey, those same two guys came to my house. And it was the same two guys who went to, I think his name is Tony Busby, the lawyer who's suing Jay-Z and they went to his house. And so they essentially have traced this back to, they believe Diddy sent these private investigators to my brother's house, I guess I don't know, intimidate. Wow. Yeah, he's wrapped up in it.
Wow.
It was
Does
crazy.
He regret doing it now?
He was on TMZ. Oh, no. Regret, I don't think, is in his vocabulary.
And TikTok is where a lot of young people get their news now, too.
Yeah.
If it's that easy just to make up anything and fool people. Yeah. Right. That's frightening.
So it didn't spook him at all, huh?
I think it spooked him, but it didn't stop him.
Were they presenting themselves as authorities, like legal authorities? They
said they were investigators, and they were like these. Hey, no, we just got a couple questions. I don't know what's weird about this, but they he's got like in his. they like came in through his back alley and slid open this kind of fence gate and knocked on his back door. And like, if you knew his house, you would understand that it's weird to find your way back there. Anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens.
So Diddy's staff is out there doing their best to assemble information. Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly, these were people. But I mean, think of this. You're an insanely wealthy person worth, what, $500 million. You're in jail fighting for your life. There's a good chance you will never see the outside of a prison again. What's $300 to send a couple investigators out? Yeah. And you're bored. And you're in jail all day. I mean, I can see it makes sense that he would do this.
And he saw your brother as some sort of threat?
No, I guess he was saying a lot of stuff, pretending to be an insider, getting a lot of traction. And I think there was maybe a question as to whether or not somebody was putting him up to it or paying him to
like, who's out to get Diddy? They want to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, or was somebody feeding him information? And also maybe a little bit of intimidation to
for all
get
your
him to stop.
Diddy questions. It's 222-2222.
That's right.
Or if
That's
you're
right.
asked if Fox...
Do you field these throughout the day at Brown?
All day. We can hardly get anything done. We've shifted gears to mostly Diddy question answering.
Got this from Jimmy Recaps in the text inbox, Andy. What is Andy's brother's TikTok handle? I got to check this out.
Secret Service Sam.
Secret Service Sam,
right?
Doug. You like alliteration, don't you?
I don't mind it.
Secret Service
He pretends
Sam.
he's a Secret Service agent, but which doesn't make any sense because Secret Service Sam. Yeah.
He should text into the show.
Yeah.
Is that taken, Tim?
Secret Service Sam is available.
Secret Service Sam, yeah. And, I found out that a woman in our office, and I don't want to name any names, but is married to Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Unbelievable. What a moment. Carlos Spicy Wiener, Andy, I believe, will someday be in the TMA Hall of Fame, and I would imagine he would bring his wife. You're only allowed a +1 because it's exclusive, Doug. It's done at Log Cabin. I guess I can say that.
Is Stratford Inn not available?
That's correct. Once Stratford shut down, we went to Log Cabin. And that means that she will witness his speech. And the speech, as Doug always says, go a minimum of an hour when you go into the TMA Hall of Fame.
When I heard about this.
Yeah.
Well, we were at an attorney dinner. We had dinner with all the attorneys. And we were talking about TMA, and she mentioned that her husband was not just someone who texts in, but somebody, high level.
Big shot.
Greatness.
Absolutely.
Greatness.
HOF.
You may know my husband, Carlos Spicy Wiener.
That's kind of how it went. I was like, wow.
Guys, is Diddy Martin's surprise guest at 9:15? That's from the Pope. And Doug, as you know, he can really roll the rock. Is it Diddy? Are you kind of getting us ready for this? We have a surprise guest.
What would the initials be if you guys asked me for Diddy? Would it be D?
PPD.
SC?
Diddy.
Puff Diddy?
Sean
P
Combs?
Diddy? SC? I could throw you a lot of curveballs there.
Yeah, so that'll be a big get for us. Andy, you might want to stick around for that one.
Yeah.
Were you a Sean Combs guy pre-arrest because you're a big
Yeah, I mean, at the time, during the 90s, I mean, yes. And at the time, I think I've mentioned this, I was working at Def Jam. So I was sort of in that world living in New York City, and, he was...
Did you cross paths with Sean?
Sort of, like walked past at a party or something.
The pre-party, the after-party, the free party.
Were you pre-party? No, I was never invited to a freak-off.
Okay.
Put that off. No, I
Would
was
you have gone if you had been?
I think you had to be in, like, the Carlos Spicy Wiener echelon
Yeah, you
of
have to be a
hip-hop
Hall
at
of
the
Famer.
time.
Okay.
Yeah, you that wasn't just
You're at
anyone.
the party drinking champagne. They've got shrimp, cocktail Doug, and then somebody said, "You want a freak?" And you're like, "I'm sorry." You're at the party, but apparently there's another thing going on. Maybe that you have to get the special invite.
They weren't inviting people from the legal department.
Probably fair.
Although I remember one time I'm in the legal department. And they say, hey, you got to run downstairs. Method Man needs somebody. The weed guy is down there, and he doesn't have a lock for his bike. So you got to run down and watch his bike.
The weed guy.
Yeah.
That was Plowhawk's name, and then he had a DBA. Hey, Andy, I just wanted to say I really appreciate when you're on the show. It's quite rare and does not really happen very often, if ever, that someone is able to come into that studio and even come close to matching Tim's intellect. You should be very proud to hear that. Doug got some Mr. Licks. What a wonderful text. Are we giving out a prize today for
Thanks, Mr. Licks?
Great text it was.
Super Bowl Licks, LIX.
That's right. That's what it is this year.
Who's going to win?
Oh, man. The number's 1.5. Chiefs minus 1.5. I haven't dug in on it yet. I just wonder if they're going to be able to stop Saquon Barkley, which I realize is such surface level analysis. Were you pulling for anybody in particular on Sunday?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it'd be fun to watch the Chiefs. I'm not. I don't like Philadelphia sports in general.
Yeah,
I don't mind the
you do time in New
76ers.
York. Very rarely are you close to Philadelphia, even though I know you're not a native.
The fans are terrible. The Sixers fans don't seem to be as bad, but I just find like the whole thing with Phillies and it just. And the Eagles fans, they're terrible. Although, all of that said, I'm going to be with some friends. And did you see that thing with the mayor? I really kind of want to get a ELGSES shirt. So maybe I'll root for the Eagles.
Being mayor is tough. You got to know all these sports teams in your town. You got to be able to spell them.
Thank you, Martin.
It's not an easy gig.
She didn't even come close.
No. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Andy Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of TMA. Always great to talk it over with you, Andy. Thanks so much for coming in, sir.
Thanks for having me.
There he is.
Thanks,
That's Andy Crouppen.
You can have your mic back, Action Jackson.
There it is, 314-222-2222. Or you can go online at brownandcrouppen.com. That is the presenting sponsor of TMA. We're only 9 minutes away from Martin's surprise guest. And Martin's not backing off this one. There is a lot of anticipation, a lot of guesses coming in, Martin.
Iggy texted me and asked if it was Linda Lavin. It is.
No.
It is. But he also then sent me her phone number.
Didn't she pass like 3 weeks ago?
I think so.
She died.
That'd make it a hell of a get.
From Alice, the TV show.
She died on December 29th.
Oh, no. Too soon.
Yeah. Every once in a while, we'll have a seance as a surprise guest. So maybe.
So that could be what we have coming up on the program. Surprise guest coming up at 9:15. You're always welcome to get involved on the program by calling in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling. Email the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And we welcome you to support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. That's how this program's been on for more than 2 decades, supporting the sponsors. And I love when we have a new sponsor that I can get the audience excited about. And the new sponsor is Moritz Reusch Jewelers, right across from the gallery on the 15th floor of the tower. It's 1034 South Brentwood Boulevard. The website, ninjabling.com. I got a chance to go out there and meet the Reusch family a couple of weeks ago. This is a place that I can recommend wholeheartedly to our audience. When you make one of those jewelry purchases, I'm sure there's some anxiety. Number one, you don't really know what you're doing. I get that. I'm right there with you. Number two, you got a budget. You want to make sure you're sticking to the budget. When you go into Moritz Reusch, it's a private experience. You're not going to have a salesperson hovering over you as you look through and then trying to get you expand on your budget. There are no twinkle lights. They're going to go out of their way to work within your budget. You can see what they do on Facebook and Instagram and online at ninjabling.com. That's Moritz Reusch, ninjabling.com. If you are going to be getting engaged, if you are looking for a Valentine's Day present, Moritz Reusch at ninjabling.com. Surprise guest coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
Doug, let me tell you something.
What?
During the commercial break, me, you, and Andy Crouppen, we badgered Jackson Burkett while Martin was out of the studio to try to get to the bottom of who this surprise guest was.
Didn't get anywhere.
And we couldn't get anywhere with this guy.
There's a lot of layers of the surprise guest. Typically, it's a name that gets mentioned on the show, and I'll scribble it down. And I want a little star power. I want a little personality. But then when they say they can't do it, and then we follow up a couple weeks later and they say, yeah, I can't do it this week, then I kind of get pissed. I'm like, okay, we are not letting it go. Caller, welcome to the show that you're so glad to be on.
Is this a Tom Ackerman show?
Oh no. Doug. Tommy Hack.
The laugh.
How you guys doing?
Good. We're trying to figure out.
You don't know who this is?
Doug and I.
Doug was with him Friday night. He was wearing a blue jacket.
Mark Hanna.
Oh. No, he's wearing a blue jacket.
Good guess, though.
Great guess. Maybe in a Hall of Fame or two? Caller, could you just...
I need a little bit more voice. I need more voice
We'd
work.
like you to talk a little more, caller.
Tick tock. I have the same number times 2.
Same number times
Friend
40.
of the show, Chris Pronger.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Friend of the show.
Tim, I could show you my text from like early December. He's like, nope, not a good week. Nope, not a good. And I thought, I've got to let it go. And I'm like, and then you mentioned him yesterday. I said, I can't let it go.
So, we're going back since the show's been on for 21 years. I feel like maybe in 2004 or 5, you asked Pronger to come on.
Oh, boy.
When we were doing TV. And his response was, I'm good, thanks. Which I still use to this day. When I get asked to do something I don't want to do, I go, nah, I'm good, thanks. Yeah. God bless.
Hey, I gave you an answer straight up.
The one, the only Hall of Famer Chris Pronger, who's not only a Hall of Fame player, but he also is a Hall of Fame guest because he's ready to jab. He's going to poke. Tim, you might get slashed during this interview.
I could see that happening.
I wouldn't mind that happening.
Yeah, I know. I think a lot of people share your thoughts on that.
Needle you just a touch.
I like that though. But I like that when you were playing, you didn't let the media come in. I don't think this was limited to St. Louis. I would imagine this was on all your... You didn't let us come in with like the softballs. You would kind of put the reporters to the test.
We'll cut to the chase and ask good questions. And guess what? You will get good answers.
But if you ask, how did it feel to be out there? What did you think about their power play goal? You're gonna swat that one away. And I liked it. You had to have your A game when you dealt with Pronger.
Do your research. Be prepared.
I remember being in a media scrum once when there must have been 10 of us around you after you'd just been eliminated from a playoff series.
Oh, this is an all-time story.
And some girl, I think, was just supposed to hold a mic for one of the TV stations. Instead, she wanted to ask a question. And she asked you, I don't know if you remember this, she asked something to the effect of, what does this do for your chances now?
Of winning the Stanley Cup. This was following the loss to the Sharks.
After you've just been eliminated.
You remember that Game 7 defeat.
Yes. Yeah. You chose to have mercy on her soul. I remember you looked at her and you were debating. Like, I feel like if that were like Andy Strickland or something like that,
through the wall.
He would have vaporized him right then. If it was Frank Cusimano, one of us, we would have been gone. But you didn't recognize her, and you looked at her and you go, well, not so good since we just lost, eh?
We are officially done. The summer has begun.
She didn't understand that, apparently.
Do you remember that? We all do. Vivid, do you do?
Yep.
I do. It was near, I think it might have been a year or two before I got traded.
Yeah.
It was near the end of my run here in St. Louis.
Yeah.
You know, she was a Channel 11. Channel 11.
I was getting soft.
Oh, you were getting soft. That's why I called for your trade. I said, this guy's getting soft. Get him out.
Yes. Yeah.
Get him out. You've been traveling. Is this part of Well-Inspired Travel?
Yeah. What do you got going on with this?
It was a little bit, yeah. I was just down in Mexico with my wife. She had a little wellness retreat. So I was down there being a bouncer and making sure nothing untoward happened, and get a little sun myself. It is a little cold here in St. Louis, so it was a nice retreat to get a little sun, a little warmth on the body. I needed it.
How often are you guys, so for the record, Chris and his wife have Well-Inspired Travels. That's the name of the business. So give the audience the background on how this business came to be and what it is that you guys do.
Yeah, my wife started this travel company. It's a long story, but the genesis of the business started way back when her father was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer. Back when she was a young girl, she was 6, and he was starting out as a lawyer here in St. Louis and building his practice, and got this terrible diagnosis. And with that, his wife and kids were like, we're going to travel when the kids are off school, and checked with his doctor. They went over to Europe the first summer, and it was magical. He was off chemo and radiation, and he had his life, he was happy. He looked very strong and energetic, and she was like, oh my God, this traveling is amazing. And so just the healing powers of travel and the mind, body, spirit, and that really stuck with her. The next year they went over to into Asia, and he wanted to learn more about Eastern medicine and holistic healing methods and things of that nature as Western medicine was catching up. This was in the early 80s. And, he started doing some acupuncture and meditation and things of that nature. And got back from that trip. The doctor found had a very new operation that was going to save his life, very radical. Had that done 2 years later, was given a clean bill of health and never had cancer again. So just from that standpoint, the understanding of what travel can do for you and all the rest of that, she it really stuck with her. And then as they continued to travel, we started traveling, and she started looking for, this is in early 2000 when the broom closet was the gym at these local hotels and whatnot. So the health and wellness industry wasn't what it is now, but we'd go eat. I was in the middle of my career and needed to train and eat properly and things of that nature. And she would go find those places for us to go visit because she loved to travel. And as my career was winding down, her father got sick, and we had 3 young kids, and her mom got sick, and then I got hurt, and all this stuff was going on. And so she really needed to dive into her health and wellness and learn more about that and really kind of dig into herself. She had a lot going on with everything around her, and then came up with the concept of starting this wellness travel business and really kind of digging into biohacking and biorhythm and things of that nature that she works on now with a lot of clients and women that want to kind of level up and live a much healthier life later on in life.
How long did her dad live after the early diagnosis?
Oh, at least 35 years. Yeah, he passed away in 2012 when we moved back to St. Louis, which was one of the reasons why we came back. She was able to spend a couple months with him before he passed away, and she was able to be here for mom and whatnot. So it's been it was a long journey. He had a lot of health complications from it, but lived 35 plus years after that surgery. So it was that's it.
Your wife sounds very smart. You must have really married up.
Yes, I did.
I thought you moved back because you missed Strickland. That's what I always heard.
Well, that's 1A was this, but 1B was
okay.
that.
That was 1B. Your health is actually, I won't call it a miracle, but you were in a bad spot with the concussions. Are you 100% now?
I don't know if I'm ever going to be 100% as I was prior to the injury, and just the wear and tear of playing 20 years and 16 surgeries and whatnot. But no, I feel pretty good. Try to eat as healthy as I can and as clean as I can, and try to work out 5 or 6 days a week, and just keep motions lotion, as I like to say, and keep the body moving. My body tends to seize up when I'm not doing things and being active, so try to do something every day just to keep the body moving.
Now, are you doing anything in the hockey world? Were you scouting for a little while? I feel like you would just show up at games and pretend to be working.
I did work I worked for the NHL for 3 years in the Department of Player Safety.
Ironic.
And I was assistant to the general manager in Florida for 3 years.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, that's enough for me.
That'll wrap it up.
Yeah, and now just trying to get back to try to do a little bit of broadcasting work at Amazon Monday night last night, the Blues game against the Canucks. And, just kind of working on that side of things and doing a lot of speaking, public speaking, working on that speaking platform that I've been building on for the last 18 months. So it's been busy planning and kind of putting things into place, and now I'm about to kind of launch everything, so it's exciting.
Chris Pronger, our surprise guest here on 101 ESPN.
Nobody's more surprised that he's on than he is.
All right, so you were doing some broadcasting work last night. As you might imagine, Blues fans this morning are despondent, actually. I think this may be the low point of the season after the homestand. What does your trained eye see from whether it be last night's festivities or if you did get a chance to see the games against Vegas and Dallas as well?
I watched the Dallas game in the lead up to last night's game, and I've seen a few other games along the way. You know what? I think, Jim Montgomery before the game talked about having a sense of urgency, getting off to a good start, et cetera, and they certainly did not do that. And I think you see Braden Shen go out, fight JT Miller right after that first goal to try to change the momentum and get the team going, and not long after that, they go down 2-0, and it was they came out in the second period about halfway through. They had a little sense of urgency. They seemed like they were tilting the ice a little bit, but I think it's just very inconsistent right now. And, I don't know if they know what their identity is, which for a team in the position they're in is tough.
Yeah, what can they do to get it turned around? It does seem like they need to play with a little bit more of an edge in their game, but how do you get that?
You're asking the wrong guy.
Oh.
I know how I would do it, but I think that ship has sailed, and I don't know. I really don't know. I look at their team; they've got a lot of really good pieces. I don't know if they're working in sync right now. They're on the perimeter a lot. Again, Jim Montgomery talked about, and every team. By the way, every team talks about this. You got to get inside. You got to get to the top areas. It's a willingness. You want to score goals. If you want to score goals, you got to go in front of the net. At this stage, with the way teams play and the way they collapse, they got the 5 of diamonds and the way they block shots and et cetera, and close out the shooting lanes. You have to get to the front of the net. You have to be around the net. You look at every goal that was scored last night; they're all around the net, or there was traffic in front of the net. And if you're unwilling to do that, or you don't have players that are willing to do that, and teammates that are going to, take the punishment or take the pucks, et cetera, in some players' cases off the face or what have you, if you're unwilling to do that to score a goal, it's going to be hard. And as we get later on in the season, as we know, it only gets harder to score as the games get tighter and more meaningful, and the playoff races tighten up. And every game, every 2 points, every point is so valuable. It becomes that much harder. So it's going to be after that loss last night, it's going to be a tough road to hoe to make up ground, as all these teams in the second half, after the Four Nations, are all going to be playing each other. There'll be very few games against the Eastern Conference. So they're all playing one another. They're all, moving up and down in the playoff race. So they're behind the 8 ball right now.
We were talking to John Kelly earlier, and I was talking about the need for maybe a little more grit. And I wasn't talking just fighting or adding a fighter. I know that mostly is gone in the game. But in the room, can you tell when your team needs that added DNA? It could be a glue guy, it could be a fourth-line guy, but just do you always know chemistry-wise, hey, we're just not quite all on the same page?
I think it's more, with team toughness, compete. I was talking to somebody last night about this. It's not about fighting and hitting. It's about competing for loose pucks. It's about winning loose puck battles. Going into the corner and coming out with a puck. It's not about who punches hardest. And that unfortunately, that part of the game is gone. And we have to get past that. It's about compete. It's about the tenacity and grit, whether in front of the net, in the corners, at the blue lines, getting pucks out, getting pucks in, the willingness to take a hit to make those plays. And I don't know what type of jam that they have, and they certainly haven't shown it to date. You know, certain players have, but I don't think it's become a team identity yet. And I think that's what they need to find is that bond amongst them. Like, they're willing, they believe in themselves, they believe in the group, and they believe that they can accomplish these things. You know, and so I think that's kind of where they're at. You know, they're a young team, but so's a lot of other teams in the league. So to use that as an excuse, I think, is probably not the right idea.
You said after 3 years as an assistant general manager, you'd had enough. Is there anything that would bring you back to the game, get you involved again?
I'm doing it, broadcasting. You know, I think that's where the analysis of the game and walking people through, whether it's, you know, last night, you know, it's Canadian, you know, Amazon Hockey in Canada. So a lot of our talk was centered around the Canucks, but we talked about Parayko, you know, and he's kind of been the pincushion the last number of years here in St. Louis. He's having a great year. Career high in goals, 11 goals now. You know, just watching him last night, how many opportunities he took to shoot the puck. In years past, he wouldn't have shot the puck. You know, something has clicked that he has a great shot. He has the ability to put the fear of God in people with how hard he shoots the puck. He needs to use that weapon more often, which he is this year, and you're seeing the byproduct of that with his production. And he just looks like he's playing with a lot more confidence and not worrying about how people want him to play, but worrying about how he can play and using his skill set and the tools that he has to be a good hockey player, because he is one. You know, and you can see the confidence in him in blocking, whether you want to call it blocking out the noise or blocking out the naysayers or what have you, and using the gifts that he has to his advantage. Big guy, great reach, skates very well, makes a good first pass, you know, has a heavy shot. All these things, he's keeping the game simple. You know, and then we looked at Quinn Hughes a lot, you know, very dynamic player. You know, I scouted him his draft year, and just seeing the maturation process of a highly skilled offensive player. But now you look at the way he's able to defend, very slick. You know, he can get overpowered at times, but he understands how to manage that, how to go back and retrieve pucks and protect the puck, put himself in a good position not to get run through the boards and things of that nature. That you need that experience to understand the league and understand how that dynamic works, not only with your partner, but, you know, throughout the course of games and league and playoffs and things of that nature. So he was excellent last night. He had a couple great passes, the one on the JT Miller breakaway goal. You know, so, and first goal of the game, it was a great pass underneath the guy, between his skates and his shin pads, that little space, tucked it right under there. I don't think Binnington thought he was going to be able to get it through there.
Yeah. Chris Pronger is our guest here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. You mentioned that Parayko was a pincushion, and that is absolutely the case, man. That was going on for a few years. Then it became Jordan Kyrou. Before that, if we want to go back, if you guys remember this, it was Jay Bouwmeester, and then he kind of became a god in the 2019 run, but he was the pincushion. Nobody knows more about being the pincushion, though, in St. Louis through you. So what was that experience like, and does that allow you to perhaps communicate with some of these guys when they're going through it? You went through it pre-social media, but I still have to think that was a living hell, man.
It was tough, you know, but as I tell people, you know, having gone through that experience and come out the other side, it only makes you stronger. Yeah. It builds the resilience and grit that you need to be successful. And you know, when you face those types of adversities and you grow from it and you get better and you learn from them, there's nothing. Having gone through that experience, nothing was going to be as bad as that was, because it was terrible. I mean, it was awful. And there were a lot of late nights, Thursdays and Saturdays after games getting booed that, you know, were not, you know, depression or what have you. I mean, I don't know. I mean, back then, maybe not. Maybe it was just I needed to just turn the page, and you start worrying about making mistakes, knowing what's going to ensue, instead of playing the game and allowing your talent to come to the forefront. And at times, you feel paralyzed. It's just like, oh my God, I can't do anything that's going to make people happy, that's going to, create cheers, and you just get locked up. And once I kind of let that go and just realized that I just needed to play, read and react, get back to the way that I knew how to play the game and just block out the noise, I was much better for it, but a lot stronger having gone through, as we like to say, the pincushion days of being the beat down and the eye of who everybody is upset with. But there's going to be guys like that on every team all the time, not living up to expectations. And by the way, I wasn't playing great at the time anyways. Like, you also have to self-reflect and realize, okay, what am I not doing? Okay, these people are upset, and maybe it's unjust at times. Well, what do I need to fix, and what do I need to be better at? And have a little self-reflection and look in the mirror like, okay, I'm not dedicated enough in the gym. I'm not leaving it all out every single night. What changes do you need to make to get your game to the level that not only you expect, but everyone else expects as well, and your teammates expect, and your coaching staff, ownership, management, fans. And then once you start living up to your own expectations, which should be higher than everyone else's, you're going to become successful.
Well, Chris, on behalf of the entire city and our unplowed streets and all the fans, I'd like to apologize. We love you, and we're glad you stayed. It's been a journey, and if you were going to make whiskey, you should probably call it Journey.
There you go. Yeah, it's somewhere around here, isn't it?
Yeah. He's got a Canadian whiskey, Journey.
is that
Pretty
really?
tasty. Guess what, Tim? It's got a little spice to it, like Prong's Game. It's got a little edge to it.
Sandpaper in there?
No sandpaper.
A little grit in there.
Little grit.
A little grit.
I was gonna challenge him to the golf, Matt. We got the Pang Maroon showdown that we have after we beat Chris Nagel. That's next. Playing against Panger and Patty Maroon, Prongs. But I was going through your gin here, Doug, that being the handicap index software.
Sure.
And this guy just hasn't been posting a lot of scores lately, and either that means he's not playing or he's setting up for a big sandbagging season during member guest. I don't know what it is, but I just know it's...
I'm working on a number of things.
Is that right?
I have not played a ton, but it seems like every year I'm like, yeah, I'm going to play more, and just for whatever reason.
Do you bomb it? Do you hit it like? I would assume you have some.
I do not anymore. I did. I have a nice low ball flight. I'm more about fairways and greens now. I try not to overswing. I don't want to hurt my back or my knee or my wrist or my shoulder. There's a lot of body parts that I'm trying to protect when I'm swinging.
Sounds like an excuse, really.
Wow. Call him out, Doug.
Well, maybe, or maybe I'm just luring you in.
Yeah, Doug, gotta be careful. This guy's on the mental game. People, by the way, Prongs, have been texting in throughout the course of the conversation. They love your Twitter feed. You've really you'll expound on there and tell some great stories, some great advice. It's by no means really. I'd say maybe like a half of it's about hockey. You're talking about all kinds of things on there. You obviously you like doing it, or you wouldn't be doing it. But more people have gotten away from being in your position and posting on social media, whereas you kind of got into it here relatively recently, and they'll tell some stories and put it out there.
Yeah, I think people need to, and a lot of it's positive. Occasionally there's the odd negative, but for the most part, it's fairly positive, leadership driven. Some stories of that are relevant regarding whether it be my career or post-career. And, I think a lot of people need to hear, or need to see and hear, whether it's, X or Instagram or whatever, like, we're real people. We're not perfect, just like they're not perfect. We all make mistakes. We all do things. And there's obviously a lot of haters, and they can all go pound sand, but
there you go.
But, I think everybody wants to post these perfect lives and all these things. Like, give me a break. Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. Just like sports. Sports, it's not a game of perfection. It's a game of mistakes. Who makes the least amount of mistakes typically wins. And so it at times frustrates me when we talk about other games or what have you, like, oh, this guy's terrible, that guy's terrible. They're learning. It's a game of mistakes. We all make them. Owners make them. GMs make them. Coaches make them. Players make them. Fans make them. Broadcasters make them. It's just media members trying to ask stupid questions make them.
Right there.
Present company
Doug.
excluded.
Yeah, that just out of nowhere something happened there right at the end. Doug, you catch that?
Yeah, I had to go there. You know I had to go there.
Did you ever have any more problems after you took the puck to the heart there and collapsed on the ice? You had the whole world afraid that night.
No, I got checked out that next day. Got checked out again the day of the game, and after that, I get, like everybody else, get an EKG. Those commotional cordis is what happened, and when that is very, very, very infrequently, the next one was DeMar Hamlin 25 years later.
Mm-hmm.
So it just, in that regard, it happens all the time in Little League and some of these games where kids are not fully formed, and typically, unfortunately, they die. When you're a little bit older, a lot of times you're a little bit stronger, and your heart's able to restart or get restarted. And so it's just a timing thing where you get hit right as your heart's about to beat. It then thinks that contact. It thinks it beat. That you miss that one heartbeat. And that's how much oxygen is going to the brain and throughout your body, and you're done. You just collapse. And sometimes your heart stops and doesn't start up, which happens to a lot of Little League baseball players, and they get hit with a line drive. But, fortunate enough for me, as I talked to Ray Borelli, he's like, your lips were turning blue, you weren't breathing. We were getting ready to do mouth-to-mouth because they did not have defibrillators on the ice. They did not have anything that would come to be regular apparatuses and medical devices in every rink. They didn't have any of that stuff. So he was a little worried that he was about to do mouth to mouth.
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden I started breathing. So he's like, thank God.
I went over to interview Pronger right after the DeMar Hamlin incident on, Monday Night Football. And, of course, Prong's very serious type. He goes, let's go here. I've got Inside Edition waiting at the bottom of the hour. You were making the rounds. He kept me on task, Tim. It's the one, the only, the Hall of Famer, Chris Pronger.
What a surprise guest. It delivered.
Wonderful guest.
Thank you, 44. What a treat.
Martin, you see what happens when you complain as much as you did via text that...
I wore you down.
You found my sweet spot. You found my time. I was available.
Look at that.
Look at this.
It was all worth it.
Look at this. It all worked out.
A well-inspired guest.
Nice.
That's right.
Nice bow on it.
That's right.
Chris Pronger, our guest here. Thanks, Prongs.
Thank you, guys.
There he is. It's Chris
Thank you.
Pronger on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here, talking it over. What a surprise guest, Doug. What a surprise guest.
Oh, yeah.
Did we oversell it? No.
I don't think so. People were really excited when they found out that it was
I just
Pronger.
wish he would find a place in the Blues organization at some point and come back full time. It doesn't sound like he's much interested in that, but just Hall of Fame player and wonderful guy, and we certainly wish him the best. You know who else is a Hall of Famer? That's Mark Milton. He's a Hall of Fame tax guy, and he can protect you from the godforsaken tax man. Maybe you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, or wage garnishments keeping you up at night. Or worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. Nobody wants that. But there is somebody here to be on your side. If it happens, you just contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He's simply one of the best in the country. Mark Milton now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So, if you have any kind of IRS problem, Mark Milton is your guy. He is at stlouistaxlawyer.com. That's stltaxlawyer.com. And you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring is online at iGotFlooring.com. igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years, and he takes pride in helping and make sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. If you are interested in that, go to igotfloored.com, and that's how you can find out how you can work with Michael at Michael's Flooring. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years at Michael's Flooring. Employees love working for him, and customers love the service and product they get. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
once in a while.
Joshua. It's TMH 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program, fresh off of a surprise guest, Martin, that's getting rave reviews from our friends in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, and in our text inbox. You said it was going to be a big one. You delivered.
I debated whether to tell him, because sometimes I'll coach the guest. I debated whether he should come on and say, is this the Tom Ackerman show? Or, hey, you idiots, it's not Butch Patrick. And I thought that was too random for him to get. Like he wouldn't know why I was telling him that, but it worked. He's great. Love Prongs.
That was a great conversation. A lot of bases covered. If you miss anything, our podcast, where you can podcast like the Dickens, PLTD, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's the sponsor of the podcast. And you can always go back and podcast TMA, or you can go back and watch it, youtube.com/TMA. STL, Design Air, sponsor of our email today. Coming up in about an hour, Pestus from Festus threw his backing behind the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom. That is a big endorsement. That is a big endorsement to get the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom, trying to make history, becoming the first lady to ever win the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month, leading Buck Swope by 1 and Misty Plops by 2. So this is going to be really fun at about 10:50.
Good times.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. Martin, you don't know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling, do you?
Love Design Air.
Yeah, Seth.
I mean, you listen to that interview, you're like, wouldn't you want to sponsor this show? Yeah. Like, surprise guests like that.
Yeah.
Think about it. We didn't get Linda Lavin in time, but we got Chris Pronger. There's a reason. There's a reason Design Air is the longest running sponsor, supporter of this show, and we encourage you to call Design Air. You can get to the spring. They start throwing on the AC. Is it going to work right? Get it tuned up. Furnace this time of year. Is it working right? If it's not, one place to go. That's designairservice.com. That's the website. Pretty simple. Book your appointment online whenever the HVAC isn't working. It's not something you're going to experiment with. Get the pros, get the team that's been around since 1904. Fourth generation St. Louis business. Seth and his family, Seth Goldcamp and the family, have been taking care of folks for a long, long time. Trust us when we say you can trust them. It's designairservice.com.
Sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. All right, what is this Mad Dog audio? I can't wait to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
So Mad Dog had London Fletcher on his program.
Former Rand middle linebacker.
And
.com. Because he's always online.
Right.
And safe to say that Mad Dog had some of his history, maybe his memories on what it used to be. A lot of his fans, he often talks about taking edibles, some THC. People were theorizing that maybe he got into them a little early this day. Here's London Fletcher on Mad Dog Russo's Sirius XM show.
You heard from Vic yesterday on the Bills, Carucci. Here's London Fletcher. First off, if you go look at his career, the durability is just absolutely outstanding. And we know he made the great tackle to end the Super Bowl there in Atlanta against Tennessee at the 1-yard line. A clutch tackle if there ever was one. Does all the Redskin games now, and he has Commanders games now as he joins us. Of course, the great tackle. Let's spread the love to you, too.
That was Mike Jones who made that tackle, Chris.
It's Mike Jones. That's right. It was Mike Jones. I apologize.
I have to give Mike Jones the credit.
Of course, he made the great pass play. Warner did down the right to Isaiah the wide receiver. I forget his last name.
Isaac Bruce. Yeah.
Isaac Bruce, the Hall of Famer.
Oh my goodness!
So three.
Oh my goodness!
That's outstanding.
And London was trying to be polite.
Yes, he was.
He started to go Isaiah, like Isaiah Bird might have been on.
If you're Mike Jones and you hear that, don't you just drive off the side of the highway?
He's been on this program.
Like, I'm kind of known for that play.
Yeah.
There's a lot going sideways. Redskins among them.
Yeah, not great for our boy.
Well, he and Francesa should get together, and they could just have malaprops are us.
Scream at each other?
Yeah.
I've watched a little bit of Francesa's because he goes live on YouTube, much like we do, and he has a live YouTube chat going. and it's just a bunch of people trying to troll him. And sometimes he lets it in, and like they'll show the comments up on the screen, and he's like, he'll answer anything seriously. And if people get and their like YouTube names are like, you know, like Stephen Boundbrook and Frank at Long Island, like same idea. It's like the modern version of his once 5-hour radio show.
Yeah, the rare 1:30 to 6 p.m. stretch. Hey, the program, as we have been talking about on TMA today, will be live from Jupiter, Florida, broadcasting February 10th through the 14th. Doug always likes to spend Valentine's Day with his friends on the show.
Well, I don't know about that.
And that's what you will get to do. And we will be returning to the Cardinal Spring Training Complex for the first time since 2020. I thought once COVID happened, they would use that to say, never again, boys. But, Doug, we're coming back. The question is, will Nolan Arenado be there to join us? Here is an interview with Jenny Kavnar, MLB Network Radio, saying that the Mets should bring Arenado in if they do not re-sign Pete Alonso.
To me, if you're John Mozeliak, you're either putting it out there, putting out the vibe because you're desperate. And if you're desperate, you might not be getting back the farm stock that you were initially hoping from this. But what you are hoping from this is that you're going to rid the salary situation for Nolan. And who would be a better partner to take on that salary than the New York Mets, right? Especially if they're not spending that money that they said was already available and out there for Pete Alonso in the $68 to $70 million range. Then take it on. Like to me, a rejuvenated Nolan Arenado should scare some people in this league. A rejuvenated Nolan Arenado should scare some people in this league. I really do think that if they move away from Pete Alonso, you have to go do something else. Alex Bregman, go get him. Nolan Arenado, go trade for him.
All right, Nolan Arenado going to the Mets, Doug.
Not clear whether the Mets are interested.
Yes.
But Jenny thinks the Mets. Jenny thinks the Mets should be interested. Not a bad thought, but it's important to know we don't know if New York is interested. Once again,
no, but it would make some sense. They're one of a handful of teams that are still trying with throwing the money around.
Well, it wouldn't be bad. You got Lindor and put Arenado next to him. You got Soto. Man,
do you think Bregman will sign by the end of this week?
Well, I sure hope so. To get this whole process taken care of.
Because I mean, we got a picnic table to tend to. And it's sort of
thank you.
And it's sort of a domino that has to fall before we can have a successful week.
Sure how it's seen.
At the table.
So if Bregman's if he's still out there, then we're not going to be good.
Throws everything off.
It's fair to say. Tell me if I'm wrong on this, Doug. I'm going to crowdsource just for 1 minute.
Okay.
That the Arenado conversation on the New York Yankees front would not be related to Bregman? Because I haven't heard the Bregman talk with the Yankees. Would you guys agree on that?
I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been pretty consistent. Tigers, Red Sox, now Astros again, Blue Jays.
Padres.
At one point. But I never saw the Yankees involved. So not only talk on in the Queens borough, but also in the Bronx here, as the Yankees have one of their insiders saying that they think that Arenado could be back in play for the Yankees. Brian Hoke on SNY's Baseball Night in New York said the following, that he's waiting for the Yankees to come back around on Arenado. Were they that serious about acquiring him the first time around? Yes Network's Jack Curry fully rebuffed that possibility during the holidays, while other buzz suggested a near deal never got close and that there wasn't much interest on the Yankees' part to import another aging player with a financial commitment of 3 years. Still, though, most would argue that this wouldn't be a bad move. Sure, it might not pay off in 2027, but Arenado could be an immediate upgrade each of the next 2 seasons, even with the Yankees payroll currently approaching the Cohen tax threshold. So talk on SNY last night on the Yankees program about Arenado being back in the mix for the Yankees from Brian Hoke, a Yankees insider.
Maybe Goldie can work some back channels too, talk it up a little bit. Feel like Nolan's agent has been working hard too. He is trying to create a market in places that he would like to go.
I don't think you can blame the agents for waiting just as long as they have to get what their player wants. If there's a difference of another few $1 million because you waited another 2-3 weeks, isn't that worth it?
I think that if you remember from last offseason, some of the pitching talent that waited for the very last second didn't end up actually feeling like they got the right end of the stick. Yeah, I think of Jordan Montgomery, Blake Snell, those guys kind of felt a little left out hung out to dry. So maybe I see where you're coming from, but we have had recent examples where that wasn't the case. Maybe Snell wasn't.
Well,
certainly
it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
It seems like pitchers, it's worse for whatever reason.
Right.
That
I don't know
when they sign late, it seems like it backfires.
Yeah, it does hurt them. So that is the latest on Nolan Arenado, the possibility of the Yankees and Mets, in addition to the Red Sox.
What would you put money on right now?
Well, I've put my money out there that he won't be on the Cardinals. So the team that I think. I kind of don't mind that Yankees play, which comes out of nowhere. But
they're losing Anthony Rizzo too, right? He's
one that tends to make sense. Goldschmidt and Arenado. I mean, when he came to St. Louis, that was hyped up. I don't know if that did continue while they were here or not. I don't know, Martin. I feel like you would know if they weren't. I mean, they were close when Arenado got here. No question
the two of them?
about that. Yes.
No, I think still close. Yeah, absolutely.
So that could play
I think Arenado would advocate to have him on the team.
Goldschmidt would advocate to have Arenado.
Goldschmidt would advocate to have Arenado. I believe yes, 100%. What a lame answer. I'll say he's going to end up in one of the New Yorks.
Okay, that's fine.
Mets or Yankees.
Jackson Burkett is thinking about it.
Why not Boston? I'll go Beantown.
Doug, you're going to throw a bet on that?
I'll say Yankees.
Oh, wow. Welcome. Chairman, you want to throw something out?
I'm going to say he's still on the roster.
Wow, you want to bet $50?
Wow.
No, I don't feel that good about it.
If he is, and he's there, Jackson, this is going to be a little awkward, but we're going to need you to go up and ask him if he'd like to just clear the air. All these reports, all of this offseason, one place to finally clear the air.
Yeah. I think I'm going to pitch it as an opportunity, not as like a task he has to do.
Exactly right.
The guys will just ask like your favorite fries and stuff.
Right.
You tell them that, and then we do that, and then they go, so what about this awkward situation? You wait a while, then that way if they storm off.
Hit them right at the end.
Well, what if I just pretend like I'm his friend?
Athletes love that.
I was going to say, athletes really like it when you go, buddy.
Call him by his nickname.
Hey, Nado.
Sup, Nado?
Yeah, grab him by the shoulder. Give him like a shoulder rub, like a friend.
You got a chance to play yet since you've been down here?
Hey, did you bring your sticks?
Yeah. You like
How's
the Kendrick
game?
album?
You compressing the ball?
Yeah.
I hit my 7 $1.42.
Why don't you fire it up for K-Dot to do the halftime show?
You go to that Abacaba grill over there and get the tuna wrap?
Right. Nice Jordans, Nado.
Yeah.
And then
that's how you get it done.
Next thing we're on SportsCenter covering because Arenado's
hit him hard.
Right. SVP's interviewing us.
Wow. 1 year Ron Gant was taking shots at La Russa, but he was on the Phillies or Red. He had left St. Louis.
Yeah.
And he called Tony a racist, and it was, it was pretty heated. And so my photographer every day would put a clip on Mike on La Russa because he would, be better audio, it looked better. And he would answer questions for 10 minutes. And I said, oh, gosh, today maybe don't clip the mic on. I got to ask him about Ron Gant. So I waited, and everybody's like, how's the staff looking? All right. What kind of stretching drills are we doing today? And I said, Tony, I know some things have been said, but you bring that up? You bring that up right now? I said, I didn't know if you wanted to comment. And he's like, you don't want to comment on that stuff after and he marches off. And I was holding my microphone. It was a veteran move at a young age.
Oh, wow.
Because he walked off.
Because you knew the walk-off was a high
really
probability.
Awkward to say, hey, I know you want to punch her right now. Can I have our mic back? So I went with the handheld mic.
That's fifth level.
Well done.
Because I kind of knew it. I thought I had to be asked, but it may not end well. So if Nado sits down, maybe don't wire him up in any way. Let him have that ability to walk away when we go there.
Sure.
After 10 minutes of nonsense.
Yeah. Well, I think you'll enjoy it.
And you'll ask him every day. You'll just wear him down with it.
Well, I'm not asking him to volunteer for a root canal. He talks to us for 7 minutes.
Yeah, boy.
Scott Rowland would always say, "How about at the end of camp? How about the end?" I'm like, "Well, I'm not going to be here at the end of the camp." And he's like, "Oh, disappointing." And I'm like, "Well, how about the end of the week?" He's like, Yeah, maybe the end of the week.
Ladies and gentlemen, email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin's got onboarding he's going to be doing. Is that
I actually have to do a little booking of spring training.
Oh, Bill.
And then I'm going to the doctor. I've got this throat. You guys have been hearing me cough for 2 weeks. I'm going to get this figured out.
Could be leprosy.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to find out.
Kim, your wife, and I are on the same page. Let's get ourselves a chest x-ray today.
Yeah. She said, let's figure out it because I feel like Harry Carriver. I'm hitting the button.
It has been.
It's been problematic for a while. And she said, why don't you just go to the doctor?
Seems to kick up around the 9 o'clock hour, Busty Chairman.
Yeah, it's all the talking.
Martin Kilcoyne heading out. Good luck at the doctor today and with the booking of things for spring training. Chairman Kurt will slide up onto the dais for the 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose last night. Final score of 5-2 at the hands of the Vancouver Canucks. They do not play again until Friday night as they take on the Colorado Avalanche. Pre-game at 7 p.m., puck drop at 8 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's 2009?
I hate it so much.
Is this Taylor Swift?
I just hate it so. My blood is boiling.
This is Taylor's version, by the way. I know she had the litigation.
Her voice has dropped.
Right, so I had to take it off YouTube. Oh, God. I hate it so much.
That's our
God.
team. That's us.
You know why I think it really gets in my craw is because there's a lot of people who went to KU from St. Louis, which is already a
Jackson,
red flag.
That really sets Jackson off.
And so then all their Kansas friends who are Chiefs fans, God forbid they stand up for their city. They're like, oh, I'll become a Chiefs fan because they're really good. And so that in combination, I have multiple people I know who are like that.
Really?
And it just really, it irks me.
You start naming names?
No, I don't
Herb.
see a real benefit.
Just give one
Herb's
name.
a big Packer fan. What's up?
Just give one name of someone who did this. So
I
we
won't.
can kind
I
of
simply will not. I won't.
Guns a-blazing.
No, because they're a good person. I like them a lot, but I think that that's a character flaw.
My ears are bleeding. Make it stop! It's from the 314.
I'm not doing this out of joy. I want that to be known.
Well, what are you doing out of?
For the betterment of the program.
I see.
What did I miss? Did Tim get his MFF? Is Jackson's vein popping off his forehead? I need answers. I'm YouTubeless. That's from the Tunneling Gerbil. What's going on? Did the YouTube go down?
No.
You said you couldn't play that on YouTube.
Could not.
So somebody was on YouTube and heard nothing for a while.
Well,
stop this, please. It's from the 314. Do not ever play that S again.
Oh.
That's from Plowsy's Dog Guy.
That guy has like a million Chiefs parody songs, so I imagine.
Plowsy's Dog Guy?
No. The guy who's sang the We Will Rock You one, the Taylor Swift one, the We Will Survive. Or
Doug,
whatever.
each one better than the next.
I think so.
So I really plan on playing them pretty consistently until the Super Bowl.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After, and you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Comes your way at about 10:50. Will Buck Swope be able to tie the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom today? And then, Doug, you got a best of 3 for the rest of the month. That's going to be fun. Wednesday,
Good
Thursday,
times.
Friday.
Good times.
But could Misty Plops surge up the leaderboard? You know, you were kind of saying, is the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom Rocco Mediate? And then is Misty Plops Lee Westwood? And then Buck Swope is Tiger Woods. And you just have that showdown at Torrey Pines you were saying was analogous to this month's Design Air Heating and Cooling.
I don't know.
Email of the day. Find out. It's coming your way at 10:50. We had Chris Pronger with us as the surprise guest. In the 9 o'clock hour, John Kelly. In the 8 o'clock hour, you can always go back and podcast. The 101 app is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Yes, Jackson, it seemed like you wanted to say something.
Oh, I was going to give you guys a little piece of trivia.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh, sure.
Having prongs on made me think of this. How many different, this is more, I feel like Chairman Kurt and Tim's territory.
Do you know
no
what position
offense,
he
Doug.
played?
Pronger?
I'm picking up a read, Doug. Go in.
Boy.
You don't know the position of Chris
It's good that you're starting to
Pronger?
pick up the reads.
Well, I have 2 options here, right? I know he didn't play goalie. That's good.
You weren't even sure about that, though,
No,
were you?
I was sure he was.
You just threw that out there hoping we didn't react.
I mean, he's a Blues legend.
So
Hall
you'll
of
have
Famer.
This is great.
Forward?
Oh, no! Oh, I knew it. With a flag,
Jamie Rivers?
He's too tall to be a forward, right?
Jackson, do you know who we gave up to get Chris?
Oh, get out of here. Yeah, if I don't know what position he played, I sure as hell don't know. Don't. Hull?
Oh,
Same last name as a former owner of the club.
Oh, God.
That
didn't help at all. Didn't help at all.
Gosh.
Dude,
all hell is about to break loose in this air.
I was about to give a really fun piece of trivia. Now it's just going to be rain on.
I just sensed there might be an opportunity, and I had to see if I could convert it. And I feel good about going there.
You know what sucks, too, is I was just on his Wikipedia page.
How is this kid on St. Louis Sports Talk Radio?
I'm an example of perseverance.
That's from the 314, also from the 314. Dweeb!
Oh, come on now.
From Mrs. Jenny Shanahan. That's Sup Jackson.
Sup.
Could be a hint.
Oh, well, Shanahan? Or
First
Janny?
name.
Bill?
Starts with a B. B.R.
B. Arthur?
No, not B. Arthur.
B.R. Brett.
101, your home of the blues.
Brett?
Bill Shanahan.
Brad?
E.
Brelin?
B-R-E-N.
Brent?
B-R-N-D.
Brentwood?
Brentwood.
Oh, my
Brendan,
God.
Brendan,
There's Rivers going to
Brendan.
bust through that door. It's
I'm
the
not scared
veiled
of it.
prophet.
Are they on the road soon? Yeah.
What was your trivia question?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, let's get back to that.
Providing mercy.
In fairness, he
all
played.
hell is breaking loose.
He played
John
his-
scores. Dear God, Jackson.
I don't know.
It was nearly his entire career was played before you were anything other than a very young child.
But I wouldn't have mattered. I'm just being honest.
You
I
would know
appreciate
him now.
that,
If he
though.
played now and he was
Sure.
one of the best players in the league, you would know.
Oh, Jamie Rivers is listening to the program and
Is
he
he?
just texted.
What, he got beef?
Oh, are you gonna start chirping a little?
I told him, I
Told him what?
I told him. He was asking me one day. I was like, yeah. He was saying, "What's up, Jackson?" I was like, "I'm just doing my thing." He goes, "What's your thing?" I said, "Putting a beat down on former NHL players." And then he kind of cornered me, and
You just go around the room beating them down.
Yeah, Jansen, him, whoever needs it.
He says Prongs might honestly murder Pills today.
It's not a shot at him.
No, it isn't.
It's my lack of knowledge on the sport. But yeah, here I am. Really, I'm something to be. I'm inspiring. I'm an inspiring figure. Do you guys want with this trivia question?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to be great at it, Doug. Not an offense to you. I just don't know how many video games you played.
Not many.
How many different St. Louis athletes, and at the time they had to be playing in St. Louis, graced video game covers? How many different athletes? Because I'll give a hint. Prongs graced 2 different covers.
Oh, he did.
So that counts as one athlete.
One athlete.
All right.
I bet Pujols was on one.
Correct.
Pujols was on an MVP baseball.
I know Falk was on Madden.
There's
Brett
3.
Hull, probably.
No, Brett
I don't
Hull.
remember Hull
Oh,
being
you got
on
robbed.
anything.
Now, there was Tony La Russa baseball, but that was when he was with the A's.
Tony is not on.
Okay.
And
then you said athlete.
Steven Matz was on the show in 21.
They've swapped out Tatis for Steven Matz.
McGuire?
No, sir.
Did Warner ever make it or just Falk?
Just Falk.
Okay.
We need a baseball player and a hockey player.
Oh, do we really?
99.
Yeah, but not with St. Louis.
Okay. Was he a forward or a defenseman?
Forward.
Look at that,
I know
Doug.
this one was more recent.
Wasn't
That's another
O'Reilly
hint.
after the...
No, but you're swimming in the right waters.
I'm swimming in the right waters.
Yeah.
A forward with a recent...
Martin just
Blues
guessed
club.
Tatum. I'm talking about St. Louis, people from St. Louis, because then Ryan Howard would also count. I'm talking about St. Louis athletes. They were wearing their St. Louis clothes.
Tarasenko?
Bingo. Doug.
God, I was going to fire that, but I thought that'd be a long shot.
NHL
really.
17, and then this
Really?
last athlete, baseball player.
Yeah, I guess.
It was not. It's not. It was a kind of an offshoot game. Like Pronger was on NHL and NHL hits. This game was more in the NHL hits territory, but for baseball.
How about Molina?
No, sir.
No.
Again, you're swimming in the right waters.
Oh, right waters.
Edmonds, yes, sir. MLB Slugfest 04, where you could punch the pitcher. Fun game. So, yeah, 5 different...
You could punch the pitcher.
Yeah, you could charge the mound. It was really fun. Yeah, so 5 different athletes, 6 different games. There you go.
Boy, the listeners were on it. Tip of the cap.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith. Are you crapping me? Doesn't know what position the great Chris Pronger roamed? Jackson, I'm ashamed for you. That's from Mr. Smith.
I feel no shame, so don't worry about it.
Fire him and call up Marsh. This is embarrassing. That's from Bishan About Sports.
Marsh is fine. I'm doing fine. I just don't know. It's not really a shot at anybody. You know, it's kind of my thing. I just don't know. You know, some people would be coward. I would have looked it up. Not me.
Right.
I'm authentic.
Right.
Brett Hull had his own damn game. Jackson, did you know that? Brett Hull hockey?
Brett Hull, was he on the Blues at the time of Brett Hull hockey? Because
Yes, he is wearing the unfortunate clown uniforms.
Oh, okay. All right. My apologies. So another one.
Well, that was a passionate, heartfelt.
Gosh, Super Nintendo.
I'm going to give you a pass on that one, Jackson, because it looks like it's one of those things where they didn't necessarily have licensing.
Yeah,
so it's just kind of a.
Oh, really? It was
License games only, unless NHL Hits doesn't have licensing.
Boy, Chunkin, the Chuck was all over it. Tarasenko, Pools, Edmonds, Slugfest, Pronger, Falk.
Yep.
Tip of the cap to Chunkin, the Chuck.
Yeah.
He rattled them off.
If you're a kid of
Somebody
the 90s.
said Brian Jordan was on. Was Brian Jordan on? I felt like there might have been a Brian Jordan, which is relatively obscure when you're talking about the level of players we were talking about there.
That's correct. Triple play 98.
I was about to say, I think it might have been triple play. That was a game I would play in Columbia.
Is that another unlicensed where you're it's any given Sunday?
No, he's rocking the birds on the bat.
All right.
Navy cap.
And the Navy cap.
All right.
Boy, I've noticed there's a little more momentum recently for the Navy cap. Have you noticed that?
I don't know, but you guys are going to be down there. It's the perfect time.
I'll be talking about every chance I get.
Yeah.
And the guys on the team, they're on board with the Navy cap.
Oh, yeah.
When we had Bill DeWitt the third on, he was swatting me away when I brought fans wanted.
Mason Wynn was wearing the Navy sleeve when they were wearing the Navy caps. It looked great.
God.
I think they're super.
I'm uncomfortable with how upset I am about it. That's a weird thing when you're 48 to be upset about. It's a weird thing when you're 24 to be upset about, for that matter.
I don't think so. I think the details matter.
Yeah, but if I were I'm at this point, I've got children and a wife. I got other things
You're
to
not
be
losing
worried about.
sleep or anything, are you?
It legitimately bothers me.
Really?
Now, not losing sleep, and that's mainly because I snort pills to go to bed like Marilyn Monroe. But if you took that out, it might keep me up.
Really?
Because I'll watch him on the road and I'll be like, oh, God, why? This isn't the Angels or the Phillies or the Reds. The Rangers kind of butt-assed around for a while with that, too.
Yeah.
You have this incredible uniform. It's like if Alabama all of a sudden started jacking around, as my dad would say. Hey, the Cardinals have earned it, and now you've ruined it for the last decade. God, I'm a banty little rooster right now.
Well, you know what else would ruin your days?
What's
if your
that?
garage door didn't
You're
go
right.
up. The guys at Schaefer Door, if you'd like them to, they'd probably wear blue Cardinal hats to your house. You'd have to ask. It's not the normal uniform, but they probably would because they're there to make the customers happy. They made me happy when they've been out to my house a time or two because I've got like a 30-year-old garage door that's causing problems. But they're keeping it going. It's running fine. Thank you, Schaefer Door and Jason Gosrow. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. They have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. That's always nice. They service commercial doors, too. So if you run a business with those big, giant, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in keeping them running as well. The business has multiple family members working there. They're big enough to get any job done, small enough that you get a real person to talk when you call them up on the phone. And their service techs are not commission-based. They just want to get your garage door up and running, and they will not try to sell you a thing. The website is schaeferdoor.com. You can call or text. I'm going to give the number now, 636-782-3608. Here it is again, 636-782-3608. The website is schaeferdoor.com. That's Schaefer with just one F, schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. I understand Stephen Wildwood, our 2023 listener of the year, has left a mic drop, Doug.
Oh, yeah.
I have a feeling he's not happy about something. We'll find out what that is coming up, plus that big showdown for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Well, Doug, they're not happy in the YouTube chat.
No.
Chief J Strongblow, YouTube.com/TMASTL says Jackson needs to be added to the suspension logule for dereliction of duty.
Okay. I'll put him in there.
Stunning moment in which he was asked what position our 9 o'clock hour guest, surprise guest, Chris Pronger, played. He eliminated goaltender, which was fun.
And he was guessing about that.
That's not true.
And then decided he was lanky forward.
I just put his name in the IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com suspension logule. 2 days' time, Jackson.
Doesn't feel very good.
No, it's not designed to.
Tim getting a read on Jackson not knowing Pronger's position is why he's the best in the business. Bravo, King. That's from MD 2020. Do we give a YouTube comment of the day?
No,
I feel like we
that
started
wouldn't be it.
No, that's it. That you don't need to have a real, intuition. You're not Woodward and Bernstein for figuring out that I didn't know what position Pronger played.
Well, no, I knew that was absolutely live. But when I asked the question, I realized I was in a good spot on having this pay off like I was hoping it would, because there was a facial reaction conveying fear, Doug.
Yeah, we can all tell.
Don't they all kind of shoot and defend? I don't know.
Oh, sweet.
Once your centers take the face-offs, and isn't it all kind of a little bit interchangeable? I don't know.
Take your L.
Just fire the puck. I don't get it.
Fire the puck. I don't get it.
I don't. It seems like you just shoot it. It might hit a couple things and go in.
So you think it's like a Plinko board out there?
Yeah. That's exactly what I think. I think it is Plinko. I think we're overhandling.
I think there is a chance Jamie Rivers comes to the studio early today and just pins you against the wall over there.
Pulls your sweater up over your head.
Yeah.
Lands a few haymakers.
Yeah, he goes shannon on you.
That's fine. That's fine.
You want to be beaten.
Not fine.
Yeah, it is. I can pay it out.
To be beaten at work?
Yeah. It seems like the golden parachute. That's like when
what happened with those nitwits on 101 today? Well, Jackson said Chris Pronger was a forward and then decided that hockey was just a game of Plinko, and Jamie Rivers couldn't handle it, and he drove in early to beat the hell out of him.
Yeah.
He was beaten within an inch of his life, and now he's retired.
Yeah.
Comfortably retired.
Is that not the American dream?
I guess in a
Kids
way
always
it is.
joked about that at college. Like if you got hit by a bus, they would pay for your school or something.
Right.
I was like,
we got Brown and Crouppen right here with us.
Yeah, Andy Crouppen was already in here.
Have you listened to Chairman Steve's mic drop, Jackson?
Yeah, I have. I don't think. Yeah, I would.
Doug, what does that mean? Yeah, I have.
just
And
yes
then,
or
then
no.
there's like a stutter steps.
You don't think it's very
Because
good?
here's what's here. I'll just play it out. It's not good for air because there's stuff in there I probably shouldn't play. And then,
okay.
And then Chairman Steve's going to call me Vladimir Burkett.
I already got the
I'm going to be called a communist for doing my job, and then also be called a communist for not doing my job or doing my job. It doesn't matter. I can't win. I simply
These guys resigned, Doug. They're realizing, it's the 15th round, and they didn't think there'd be a knockout, but now they're starting to find that they landed a shot, and Jamie Rivers might have metaphorically been the one to do it, and somebody's going to knock him out here in the final half hour.
This is what I do.
Well, if there are things in there that are inappropriate, then that's the beginning and end
Give
of
me
it.
an
You just
idea.
can't
Is
do
it profanity?
No. See, now I'm going to explain it and get
raunchy.
myself in trouble.
It's
and
raunchy.
I'll just play it.
No.
Didn't mean for that to
This is
happen.
where I will catch hell. For the day that I was out and Chairman Kurt had the Dear Deidre thing, and I got the phone call.
I'd like to make a statement.
So I go, okay, I'll step in. I didn't hear it. I was enjoying a little visit to the Little Wizards room, Doug, during the commercial break, and I came back and I deep teased the Stephen Wildwood mic drop. I don't know what's in there.
Here's what we'll do. I think this is the best plan for it.
All right, Doug, this is our captain leading us home.
Okay.
We'll take a break. In the break, I'll play it for all of you, and then we can have a group approval or disapproval.
Nice.
And if we don't play it, I don't want to hear that I was the one who's gay. I played it for the people, and if it doesn't go through, then it doesn't go through.
Okay.
All right.
So that's what I think the best plan going forward
All right,
is.
look at this guy. Now, there's 4 people, though. Who breaks the tie?
Ryder.
Midnight Rider.
Hi, Mike.
He's in. All right, fair enough. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. All right, we're going to take a listen to Stephen Wildwood's mic drop, Doug, and we will place our votes, and you'll find out if it got a yay or nay here in a matter of moments. Then you got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding in for Martin Kilcoyne in the 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett with you. And Doug, we listened to Chairman Stephen Wildwood's mic drop. Mm-hmm. My vote is the following. Yes, it makes the air. Okay. Doug, your vote.
I would vote yes, with just the warning that when he talks about his hindquarters, it's about colorectal screening. Nothing beyond that.
No. Okay. Chairman Kurt, you can pass this legislation with your vote right here.
Appropriate to play, sure. Funny? I don't know.
Oh, wow. Gosh. Perhaps more damning. So is it a yes or is it a no?
I'll give it a yes.
And that just passed the legislation, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Chairman Stephen Wildwood, mic drop.
I mean, the Chiefs are just a good team. Good teams find ways to win.
Stop it! I can crap in a box and send it off, and they'll let me know if I have cancer in my butt. But we can't figure out how to measure a damn first down. What the holy hell is going on out there? Those referees were big in the Reagan administration. They shouldn't be out there on the field. Can't we find some guys who are younger? There's a million people playing college football. When they don't make it to the pros, make them refs so we don't have to look at some old white guy struggle to make it up and down the field. Get some new refs, damn it. And could we have a worse Super Bowl? These are the two worst fan bases in the world. The Philadelphia people are the worst people ever. They booed Santa Claus. And the only thing about Clark Hunt that's good are his daughters. They are hot. Tired of it.
Doug, there's Steve and Wildwood.
I hope he's okay physically after that, because he said there's been times when his health comes into question after he has a rant.
Glad we got to that.
You're not high on it.
It's not his best mic drop.
You don't want to go heads up with the chairman, do you? I mean, Jackson's fighting the rest of the audience. You're going to go heads up with the chairman?
I am the chairman. He is a chairman.
I like Stephen Wildwood a lot.
I do too.
I want that to be known. I just, there's like
alliances are
well, there's just like a little I've sent a mic drop, now get to work, boy. That's like the energy I feel whenever these mic drops are fun.
And then he texts me.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
And then he texts me about it, like I'm your little errand boy. Like I'm gonna get it through.
What work do you have to do?
It's uninteresting, so I won't mention. But there's you got to screen it first of all.
Yeah. Okay.
But we appreciate it. We want mic drops to come in, so I'm not going to be out here being like, it's the energy, It's the energy.
Billikens VCU tonight, Doug, 7 p.m. Mascot night featuring Louis, Fredbird, and the Billiken. Tickets starting at $10 for the 200 level and $55 for the 100 level. Visit slewbillikens.com. Both teams in the top four of the A10 standings. The Billikens are 10-1 at Chaffetz Arena this season. Between Robbie, Gibson, and Swope, not Buck, although he is ready to go for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, they are the highest scoring trio in NCAA Division I basketball. How about that fun fact for no one tell? Nice. Tickets are starting at just $10 for tonight's game. They can be purchased at slewbillikens.com. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens.
Just boom, rah.
There it is, tonight. And then Dayton on Friday. So you got a big week at Chaffetz. Can't wait. Yeah. Fired up.
Both these games are going to be really fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, I'm fired up because Mizzou doesn't play tonight, so kind of freed up and watch the Billikens. It'll be great.
All right, there you go. Billikens tonight. VCU tickets starting at just $10. You want to see a couple quality ball clubs going heads up? slewbillikens.com, $10 to see the Billikens and VCU tonight. All right, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. This is the showdown. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom trying to make history. Can Buck Swope stop her? Can Misty Plop stop her? You're going to find out. It's a matter of moments. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Lakers sneak one out last night against the Hornets, 112-107. Anthony Davis, just 42 points and 23 rebounds. Good gracious. 42 points, 23 rebound efforts for the Brow. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, I'm going to give you a choice. This is Sadie Hawkins.
Okay.
Sharon and Sanibel/Clayton wanted to know about. What are you more interested in, Anthony Davis's performance last night or some breaking Blues news?
Breaking Blues news.
Martin Kilcoyne called this earlier on the program, too. I said the Blues are going to make some kind of a move. He said it kind of feels like an Army presser kind of day. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, from Dan O'Neill, please be advised that Blues general manager Doug Armstrong will hold media availability after Blues practice today at roughly noon.
Oh, no.
Yep. Driving home last night, I'm like, something's happening in the next 24, 48 hours. Following Armstrong, Blues head coach Jim Montgomery will hold his usual availability, and then the Blues will open the locker room for player access. So we're going to get a State of the Union from Doug Armstrong. Martin said it feels like an Army presser day. Now, Jackson thought Anthony Davis's performance was
42 and 23. I mean, come on. Those are Chamberlain-like numbers.
Yeah, they really are.
That's crazy.
So, Doug, you supported it. You said you wanted the Blues breaking news, and now you're going back on it.
Well, I'm just saying that was a big game. It was Chamberlain-like numbers.
Yeah, 42.
But I'm more interested in the Blues.
All right. Well,
it's like the last-ditch effort to save the season, I guess, light a fire under everybody.
I respect it.
I'm anxious to hear what he has to say because I'm kind of, in some of the group chats I'm in, people are like, let's turn the page.
You think it's about my Pronger thing? You think he's like addressing
You think he's going to address Chris Pronger as a forward?
That could be.
Well, he said, earlier today on our flagship station, the producer of the Morning Drive show said that Chris Pronger was defenseman.
No, forward.
No, don't try to do that. Now you're doing the Petrangelo thing.
He was a defenseman.
I know. That's what I said. This is the Petrangelo thing where I got confused because I thought he was on Edmonton for a second. He's not, Doug. He's on VGK.
Yeah, that's correct.
He's not.
Doug's exhausted.
He's not doing the Four Nations. He's a defenseman. I know that.
A guy arguing with himself over there. Ladies and gentlemen, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's pursuit of history is too important to let Jackson sit there and argue with himself over which position Chris Pronger played. We already know he thinks he was a forward. This is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email day. Wow, JV golf coach was in there and he just went away.
Good on you.
I'm not trying to
Too vile?
No, just
not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
Sorry.
He wasn't good.
All right.
I haven't read it, but that the chairman has his ways, and I respect it.
Guys, Plops here. You guys were talking about Todd Zeal earlier today.
Right.
Fun fact, he's been my Rodon and Fields rep since 1994. Great guy, skin like a baby's ass. Is that true? He had great...
I don't know.
Isn't he married to a gymnast? Thinking about what you guys were saying, I'm 100% with Doug. Todd Zeal was without question the greatest catcher the Cardinal organization.
Never said that.
I said Gary Bennett.
And probably will ever have. Besides that, I'm just hanging out. I need to follow up with Wicks and Sticks about that job I put in for a while back. It's not my dream job, but I'll let you guys know how it shakes out. I put the four of you down as references. If they ask what a, quote, director of finance does, just tell them I ran the radio station. That is a callback. Oh, thanks. That's from Misty Plops. Let me tell you something.
Misty Plops.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Buck Swope, one of them's going to have to go low in order to get past that for my vote. I don't know about the rest of them. Do you ever lock eyes with a crack? You know
Oh, come on.
JV golf coach got shipped out.
Do you ever lock eyes with a crack you know a loofah can't even clean?
Oh, come on.
Well, that's how I felt when I saw Doug in our 5:30 Orange Theory class this morning. Did you notice I made sure to snatch the treadmill right behind you? I made sure my eyes were locked in on that spandex-wrapped ass. I really love that Argyle stripe that stretched from bin to chin. It's a great touch.
What email is this?
Walk that comment back, Jackson.
Did you notice me? I made sure to wear my tightest Lululemon top to show off my silicone sweater tanks for you. In other news, my business booked a gig. I am paying myself from my husband's bank account to throw. Boy, that hit hard in the Central Corridor. I am paying myself from my husband's bank account to throw our daughter's grad party in 4 months. It's a big moment for me. These Andy Elliott conferences are really paying off. Any hoodles, I was over at Ruth's house last night celebrating her fat son making a select baseball team thanks to Daddy's donation for the team bus. Did you know you can figure out a family's level of wealth based on their toilet paper? Ruth's house is a beautiful Cape Cod-style home on 2 acres in Ladue, but they only have 1 ply. Therefore, you can tell they're house poor. It really is a shame. Also, if my grandpa Herman knew his company, if my grandpa Herman Stiefel knew his company would be sponsoring this program's dossier, he would be so proud.
Yes.
Love you, Papa. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and she just went low as well.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Boy, it's fun, Doug. You have great players heading down the stretch after they turn amen corner, and here you are on 16. Do you like that pin where it funnels down on 16?
I love it on Sunday.
Yeah, it's a funnel pin.
Tiger almost aced him in 18.
So this is the show, huh? Libby Jack was so fired up to celebrate the Blues season going off the rails.
That's not true.
That he started the show early in order to give himself more time to tease Thursday night's Grizz Rockets tilt. The Blues had the Canucks right where they wanted them, cutting their lead to the most dangerous lead in hockey and benefiting from a rare 4-man advantage. But alas, they couldn't capitalize on the 5-on-1 and gave up a shorty. How unfortunate would that be if you had the 5-on-1 and you gave up a goal?
Heck of a job defensively.
And what's the media in this town talking about? Whether or not the Misty and Misty Plops is a name or an adjective. Well, that's okay, because we will rally around this Terrell Davis audio talking about his father growing up on the tough streets of St. Louis and getting shot or stabbed more than once. Nope, Libby Jack can't find it because he's fighting the sun like Lawrence of Arabia crossing the Sinai Peninsula. Fortunately, that magician Chairman Kurt managed to Google Terrell Davis Hall of Fame St. Louis, and that made us all laugh while making Harrison Ford cry. Ours is the type of presentation where a banty old blind man from deep Jefferson County feels free to drop in at any time and humble brag that his wife successfully registered him to win some free tequila, then scolded us to get off the ass of the stay-at-home Ladue mom as the geriatric simp. White knights for a dude pretending to be a wife-trepreneur before declining an offer to bang a real woman while advising the recovering alcoholic to go buy his wife a Bob. That means battery-operated boyfriend, right, Doug? Doug, that's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Swope.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, I mean, does this take you back to the, 2018 PGA Championship where everybody's firing on all cylinders?
No,
and
that was like
leaderboard?
That was like 3 different 59s.
Wow.
They were all good. I'm going to have to go with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
My goodness.
I don't think there's a wrong answer today.
The phrase "bin to chin" got me. I'm going Ladue mom also.
Yes! Doug, we are on the doorsteps of history.
Congratulations.
The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. You have to wonder if Pestus from Festus's endorsement got her over the top today.
Very well could have.
She now sits at a magic number of 1 to become the first ever lady to win the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month prize. Wow.
Nice. And she knows that if she ever has a problem with her furnace while she's writing one of the emails, she should call Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904. It's a 4th-generation business now. Longtime supporter of this here show, the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the program. Known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty, they can handle anything your furnace or air conditioning can throw at them, whether you need a new unit completely or just service or just maintenance. They do it all. They will never upsell you. They always give you exactly what you need and nothing more. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. The website is designairservice.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, BK and Ferrario. JV golf coach, by the way, furious. I got filtered for this crap. Oh. JV golf coach is mad at you, Chairman.
It's like a banner day, and he's mad. Like, come on.
I don't know. I just read what's in the teleprompter.
No,
I don't know what to tell you. Jackson and Chairman Kurt fist-pounding Doug, they are in the alliance
You're
now.
in cahoots.
Well, either way, self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is just one win away from winning the month of January. Boy, tomorrow's show is going to be fun, isn't it?
It just proves we're not misogynists.
Yeah.
That's what it proves.
If nothing else.
Anybody can win. All right, ladies and gentlemen, BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.